The lake behind me used to be one of the largest ruby mines in the region, at its height producing up to 70,000 carats a year. That sounds a lot, right? But our local guide has just explained to me he was telling me the 70,000 carats because actually it's hardly anything. And when he explained why, I was blown away. Because of that 70,000 carats, just 5% were even good enough to cabochon grade. That means just 3,500 carats of the 70,000 carats could be made into cabochons. But more strikingly, he said it was only the top 0.5% that were worthy of faceting. So of a mine that is clearly so big geographically and producing 70,000 carats a year, just 350 carats would be worthy of setting into your jewellery.
So one of the things that's really set us apart as a group of companies over the last 2 decades is actually having your feet on the ground. And as a group of companies, we've always made sure that that was our priority. We understand that being at a primary source, being able to actually go to a location, puts you in a very strong position. And that's why over the last 20 years, you've watched us go and find you diamonds from Canada, watched us go into Burma to squeeze some of the finest jade and some of the most incredible rubies, watched us go to Nepal for some of the most incredible kyanite that the world has ever seen, not to mention covering the whole of Southeast Asia, into Africa, dare I say it, going all the way through the North Pole as well. We are explorers as well as storytellers, but it is that exploration that allows us to really not only show you the best out there or the stories behind them, but to also present you with some of the finest gemstones at some of the finest prices. I would like you to take consideration next time you walk into a jewellery store or next time you go to a website that sells jewellery and ask yourself this. Have they been to that location? Do they know who cut that? Do they know who set that? Do they know everything about that individual stone? Because if they don't, they are nowhere near what we can achieve for you here at Jewellery Maker, Gemporia or Gemcollector.
Here is the area that the operators they are mining.
Yeah.
They are going just more than 100 meters.
Wow, so 100 meters into the rock.
Into draw.
So if I understand that everything they've taken out,
Sure.
if they leave it out,
Okay.
A, it doesn't look nice, but B, it becomes unsecure.
Okay.
So they push it all back in when they finish.
Sure.
Yeah. In the very, very beginning, the whole of that ridge,
Yeah. All this,
they
all
were
the
literally
belts.
only sort of a few meters in, but now they're having to go quite a long way. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you see this one, it's at the maximum just 1 meter. That
Yeah.
means
Yeah.
the thickness.
Yeah.
1 meter. When you go deeply, the thickness becomes small.
The whole seam is only about 1 meter,
1 meter.
and that's it.
Yeah, not more than that.
And actually looking at the landscape, you can understand why they're not looking for any alluvial deposits here, because
Sure.
with so much rain it would have washed a long, long way away. So
Sure.
the only place now is in the host rock here.
Yeah, this one.
Gem collectors, you've asked and we are going to deliver. Taking Gem Collector from our current day slot, we are going to be moving to a new evening time slot, 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. every single day, and it starts officially this Monday, the 16th of March. So hopefully you'll be able to join me for our new fantastic late afternoon evening fun here at the world's largest gem store. Hello and a big warm welcome to you here on Gem Collector. We are officially live now here in the world's largest gem store. My name's Foxy. I'm here as your GIA gemstone professional today. And think of me as your fairy gem mother. I am purely here to assist you in your wonderful gemstone desires. So we've got all the treasures you could possibly dream of, literally more variation than anywhere else in the world, which is exciting. But we also bring you them at industry leading, best, lowest prices that you can imagine as well. So you're going to get a bargain. It's always nice to be savvy and get the best value for money that you can, right? And we're kicking off in the best way that we know how with a full selection of stones that are all under £20. Everything. And this is why I always say, get yourself onto gemcollector.com, get yourself onto the Gemporia app and click watch live in those ways, because you'll be able to use this channel to your advantage by watching the show, seeing all the stones in the lineup right now on the web or on the app. You can scroll through them, you can start clicking on the information, you can start checking them out, and then most importantly, you can message me in and say, right, Foxy, I want to see this one, please, these numbers, and I will bring the pieces on that you request. So you're quite literally in charge here at Gem Collector, and I'd love to know which ones you're choosing. Considering they're all fabulous, considering they're all guaranteed under £20, where are you going to start? Are you going to start with an emerald for under £20? Are you going to start with an aquapraise for under £20? Are you going to start with a sunstone or a spinel or a quartz or a peridot or an opal for under £20? You see what I mean, right? There's lots of bargains to be had with these treasures. And again, let me know how you are. Let me know what's been going on with you? Have I missed anything at all? The sun is still shining, which is wonderful. I officially, for the first time in what feels like forever, I think it's about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, for the first time, I slept on a bed last night. I didn't sleep on the floor. I've been sleeping on the floor, guys. I know, it's very glamorous life. I've been sleeping on the floor because of the house renovations, but last night I slept on a bed. It was wonderful. I even put new duvet cover on and everything to celebrate the occasion. So I feel very refreshed today. But yes, let me know how you are and what I can do for you. We've got Beverly and Devon already messaging in. Hello, Beverly. You've said number 18, please. Let's have a little mooch. Number 18. Oh, what a great place to start, Beverly. And it's a double trouble set as well. So you get 2 gemstones in one with this. 2 gemstones in one, being Nilamani. This is, of course, a legacy material, isn't it? A legacy material because of its outstanding colour. As you can see here, very beautiful. They're royal in their blue. This kind of colour we may have associated in the past, always, in fact, with high-end luxury. It's a very special rarity, and of course very expensive as well, isn't it? Really expensive in the gemstone world when you can find something that naturally has this colour. Think of the examples like triple to quad A tanzanite. Think of examples like the royal blue sapphire from the Kashmir location, or from perhaps even the Ceylon origin as well. These are some of the most historic and expensive stones in the world. And then this stone was discovered in Nepal, completely natural as well in the colour. It's not a stone that's been needed to be heat treated or needed to be in any which way changed and treated after it's been discovered. Mother Nature made it this kind of blue with this lovely deep velvety tone as well, all by herself. So you can imagine, as soon as it was discovered, even just going by other stones with the same colour, clearly this is something that everyone's going to want. Clearly this is something that all collectors, all gemstone professionals, all connoisseurs and investors are definitely going to be excited by its discovery, and they certainly were. This, from the moment it was found, had people flocking to it to get their hands on it before it was too late. Very quickly, of course, they had to kind of like ramp up the mining, and with that demand rising, the value rose as well. So we're looking at a very special stone now, probably established in the industry. And for this set of 2, they're matching stones as well, both 4 by 3 millimetres in their measurement. Average weight coming in at half a carat in your weight. We've got to go under £20. We know we're going to do that today. That is guaranteed across any one of the pieces that you choose, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm definitely going to just stop at $19.99. Where I can go then lower still, I certainly will. So this is in fact £7.99 for the set of 2 genuine natural Nilamanis. And if you're new to Gem Collector, I want you to also know that you get a free certificate of authenticity with every single one of our stones as well. So that certificate of authenticity is always included for free. It's your guarantee that these are genuine gemstones from the earth, created by Mother Nature, and then cut and polished by hand. And all the information that's really important for collectors to know about the stones in question, they will all be printed on there as well. So you've got the full package ready to go, even when it's a silly steal at $7.99. Great choice there from Beverly. Thank you so much, my darling. And anything else you need, of course, do let me know. We've also got Aria. Hello, lovely to have you with us. Number 19 was your request. Let's do it immediately. Let's do it immediately. Number 19. Oh, OK, now we're going to Whopper. We're going to big, juicy sized gemstone. Look at this. Hello. This is a 15.5 carat moonstone, OK? A stone that is a member of the feldspar family, and given the name, you can imagine there's going to be some sort of appearance involved here that perhaps suggests the celebration of the moon, and it certainly does. This stone, from a distance, you can see there you've got that kind of like gorgeous glossy white colour, this pearlescence, and even maybe a bit of silver in there as well. And then when you capture it from the perfect angle, if you've got a good quality piece of moonstone, you will also be able to capture this outstanding magic of moonlight shimmer. There it is. There it is. Oh, isn't she gorgeous? The magic of the moon captured in one stone. This piece being a really impressive size as well at 15.5 carats. That's nearly 20 millimetres in height. Nearly 20 millimetres in height, nearly 15 millimetres in width, with everything that we want in terms of its quality. Actually, to be fair, this is delivering a little bit more than what we would usually expect for any type of the feldspar family. They're more often than not going to be solid and opaque. This one's got quite a bit of translucency, hasn't it? Because you're not just seeing the surface of the stone, but you can actually see slightly into the stone. So definitely got a more improved level of clarity than what would be normal. And that's, of course, empowering that blue moonlight even more so, isn't it? And given the hour that we are within, you know what's got to happen. It's got to go down, 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 down. Normally something like this, obviously starting at nearly £500, we'd bring it in, incredible, 89% discount at under £50 instead for you. But today's a different day. Today's the day where in this hour everything has to be under 20, and so I must do it. I must go under 20 for you. So this is now £19.99 for the first time ever, I might add. This is a brand new low for the first time ever for this stone to ever have been to. And that, oh, there we go, that moonlight shimmer. We actually call it adularescence. That's the technical term for it in the industry. Technical, scientific term for what's actually occurring here is adularescence. It's beautiful to see, isn't it? And a stone with so much history. It's a stone that's actually been proven and discovered to be set in jewellery by the Romans in 100 AD. So fascinating material to get your hands on. And this one's down to just the last couple of chances there at number 19 for you. Thank you to Aria. Hello to Danny. Great to have you with us. He says, congrats on getting some of the renovations done. I bet you slept like a baby last night, and have a great show. Thank you so much. The renovations aren't 100% done. They're not like done. They're not completely finished, but there's a bed, Danny. There is a bed. Let me turn the lights back to full. There is a bed that I actually slept on instead of just on the floor, which is, I mean, that was the main goal, to be honest, but thank you for that. We've got our lovely Brent with us. He says, who's the one responsible for the floral apology? The floral apology, he says. Who's responsible for that? There's no apology here, I promise you. Today, it's actually my anniversary with my lovely bear, my lovely Thomas, my partner. It is our anniversary today, so he actually surprised me just as I'm about to appear here at Gemcollector. He's been at work all day, as you can imagine, and then I work in the evening. So he surprised me in the gap in between with a dozen red roses, which is very lovely. And I was like, oh my goodness. They're going to have to go on the desk. I can't leave them behind the camera. They'll be wasted. We've got to all enjoy their lovely beauty. So that's what that is. No apologies needed there. Beverly, you've also said number 23 to bring on. Okie dokie. 23 is the Rose Amberite. Oh, we're definitely going for some sparkle here, aren't we? We're definitely going for some sparkle here. OK. You're going to love this. Rose Amberite, or Amberite in general, is a very sparkly stone. It is seriously sparkly stone. It has this exceptional ability for brilliance. So the way that light pour, if you can get a stone where light can get in, so it's got good clarity, then it can refract light at a very, very high rate. And so sparkle is one of its absolute talents, I can assure you of that. This piece isn't then just Damberite. In general, you know, they were originally discovered in Danbury, Connecticut, as a white stone. This is the rose Damberite, which was a newer discovery at a later time from Mexico. And it was the first ever Damberite seen that had colour from the earth. They'd never ever did we know that these were possible to have colour until these Mexican pieces were found. This beautiful piece is 84 points minimum. They go up and over a full carat with a trillion cut as well. It's just definitely a wow factor cut, isn't it? It's a cut that just brings so much to the table, striking in its appearance, glorious ability again to really corner and focus and trap all of the colour, all of the light inside the stone. So we get to properly enjoy and appreciate the delightful elegance of the rose blushing hue, that soft peach and pink, and of course the sparkle is for sure there, isn't it? Now, this one again, there's only 2 left. 2 chances available. If you do choose to get both of them, they will match as well. They will match for your benefit. And of course, they've got to be in this wonderful, very naughty theme of an hour. They've got to be under £20 for you today. So let me take that down. £19.99. Now I'm going to do something a little bit extra naughty here. They've never, ever, ever been lower than this. But I can't help myself. Come on, let me do it. Yes! Just a little extra squeeze. Little extra squeeze where I can. All the pennies help, don't they? And so there we go. Obviously, they've sold out in a flash. Number 23. Well done. You're quick today. Gee whiz. Very quick. They've gone out the door. Okay, so from 23, let's keep rocking and rolling. We have a fascinating stone, actually. Number 20. This one's only got 2 left as well. This is a eupalite. Have you ever seen one of these? 29.67 carats as well. So this is a big stone. But this, a eupalite found in Michigan, Detroit, USA. It was actually discovered at about 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning, along the coastline, along the beach, a wonderful gentleman called Aaron, who's a fellow collector, fellow connoisseur, fellow fanatic when it comes to the natural world and genuine gemstones. The lovely Aaron, he'd bought himself a new fancy torch, like a big, you know, like those big kind of old school powerful ones. I always think of for some reason, the film Jurassic Park comes to mind, because they always used those really big, and they were quite literally, I mean, they look like a giant coffee flask or something like that. These really big, with a proper big handle on them, these big torches with a huge front face on them. He bought himself a really cool gadget of this new torch, but it had multiple light sources on it. So you could flick it one way and it would be like a white LED light, flick it another way and it could be a yellow incandescent, and then another way again and it could be a blue UV light, right? So 3 different light sources. Now, we know as gemstone lovers that some gemstones, not all, but some gemstones can actually show us different characteristics depending on the light source that they are within, right? So we're always surrounded by white light, which is usually a mixture of things. If you're outside just in you know, normal environment of daylight, there's white light all around us, but of course it's a mixture because there's UV rays inside the sunlight as well. So what Aaron had was this really, really cool giant gadget of a torch, and he wanted to go and play with it, and he wanted to go and see what kind of fascinating things might show themselves to him under this light source that he wouldn't have otherwise seen in a normal situation. So he went at 4 o'clock in the morning with his new fancy torch, and he took a stroll across the coastline over and of course America, and he started shining it across all the different things that he was coming across, whether it was the sand, whether it was, you know, different mounds of the sand. Sometimes you can get all sorts of different greenery that burst out of them, and grasses, and then of course the rocks as well on the coastline. And as he was doing that, he's shining this torch, he's changing the light. Okay, white light, yellow light, blue light, white light, yellow light, blue light. At one moment, suddenly, he flicks it to the UV blue light, and these rocks that he knows, he's walked past them many times in his life from, you know, his local area. Suddenly, these rocks, some of them start showing what looks like magic, what looks like lava inside them. Imagine coming across as if we talk about, you know, rocks, we're expecting these kind of grey, steely toned colours, right, with marble effect. As it shines upon them, the UV light changes them so that certain sections within their formation fluoresce into a neon orange. And I'm talking like glowing neon orange, like lava from a volcano. And this is something that had never been seen before. No one had ever witnessed it. No one knew that this was possible from these very specific individual rocks in this very specific location in Michigan, Detroit, in Michigan, USA. So it's a fascinating thing to come across. And because this happened only very recently, this is, of course, one of the newest discovered gemstones in the world. In the world. And we are so lucky to be able to get it. We can own this piece. This one then being, of course, one of the biggest. They come in all sorts of different sizes, as you can imagine, but this is certainly one of the biggest in the vault, going up to 33 on the average. Gee whiz, that's a lot. So you could actually receive up to about 37 carats by checking this out. 30 mil tall, 20 mil wide, and obviously I'm showing it to you now in that classic standard mixed light, so it's giving us what we would totally expect. You've got the steely tone greys, you've got all the different mixtures of lights to darks and the patterns there as well. But shall we see if we can get some of the orange to come out? I know it's difficult here in the studio. I know it's always really, really difficult to do it in a TV studio because everything's kind of against us, but I'm just going to get my UV torch out here a second, and I'm going to turn my lights off. We're going to zoom in. Whoa! And we're going to have a look. Actually, does my up above camera work? That might be a bit too far. That might be a bit too far away. Let's try this one. Back to here. Wow, there we go, there we go, there we go. Immediately, it's starting to show to us what I was talking about. So if I turn the lights ever so slightly back on here in the studio, just kind of like half power, you can see what I'm doing. It's only a very small torch, but even still, with all the other lights against it, we are definitely able to witness what Aaron discovered that day. You have got these orange bursts all the way throughout it. Now what I'm going to do here is try and use my other torch from this angle. There we go. Try and capture that again. So this is a slightly less powerful of the UV. So it's not glaring and reflecting too much on our Lazy Susan. And look, how cool is this? How cool is this? This is everything that collectors dream of, everything that we really get excited about when stones have this natural magic to show to us. So this is your Eupalite, this is the wonderful new discovery, and being such a whopper of a stone as well. In an under 20 pounds hour, you know what's got to happen. It's got to be going all the way down. So I'm going to take it exactly there for you now. But please do bear in mind there are only 2 of these left. There are literally just 2 chances left and available for you to get into your collection here today. Look at the size of that as well. Shall I go from my up above camera again for a second? Oh, different angle. There we go. Ooh! It's so cool. So cool to witness. And all yours to be enjoyed for under 20 and to play with by all means. And I will say, of course, good luck to you on this wonderful piece. Put it back to the normal light that we have here in the studio. And say good luck. So that one is number 20 in this hour, just so that you know. Number 20 available to you. Now, Collector, did you say therefore a commemoration of the dog fest? No, this is our anniversary. So myself, oh wait, I probably, actually to be fair, I probably confused the situation because I said Bear, didn't I? I did say Bear. No, so the nickname that I always call my lovely Thomas, my partner, I actually always call him Bear because he is like a bear. I've got Barney Bear, my dog, and then I've got my partner who is also Bear. And if you saw him, you'd know what I mean. He might as well be a big bear. Right, the name Eupolite is used as a related term for people that live in the upper part of Michigan, known as Youpers. Yes, I love that as well. I remember when I actually was lucky enough to meet Aaron, the gentleman that discovered this. I met him myself when I went to Tucson Gem Fair back in 2023. And he told me that he literally told me, you know, first what's the term I'm looking for? First hand, that's it. He told me first hand exactly what happened the day that he discovered this, and I said to him, you know, what's the name about the Eupolite that you chose for this? And he said it was a name that many people in the northern part of Michigan referred to as they're known as Youpers, and that was again something I didn't know before then. So fascinating. Right, number 20 is where we are at. Now, we're going to keep on rocking and rolling. Of course, again, do request away. Let me know how you are. Let me know which pieces you would like to see in this wonderful selection here today. All of it being under 20, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Number 6 is actually where we're going to go to next. Another huge piece. The pink amethyst. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is like a proper fairy tale stone. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. A real fairy tale. And the cut, it's quite a fancy cut. Has this come through? It's been booked in as a cushion brilliant cut, which it is technically. It's following kind of the textbook design, if you like, of a brilliant cut. But when you've got a stone that's this large, if the lapidrist is able to, you know, be working with a quality like this, they can still ever so slightly take their creative genius and they can start playing around with it. So they can make a few changes, perhaps to the overall kind of proportions of some of those facets. Sometimes they can increase or decrease the quantity of facets as well. Still gives all of the same kind of impact in terms of bringing the stone to life and making it look its best. But it's lovely to be able to then make it bespoke and play with it when you've got a stone like this as well. So this, you'll see what I mean by how gorgeous it is. This is Brazilian amethyst, and it's naturally baby pink, which is very, very unlikely to usually come across, isn't it? Incredibly unlikely. Given the fact that we know amethyst in general is one of the rarest versions of its family, so it's part of the quartz family. We love our quartz. It comes in millions of different wonderful variations, different parts of the world, different colours. But one thing that remains consistent about all of the quartz family is that they are always normal to be included. Some of them even more so than others, right? Some of them far more included to the point where they're literally opaque. I mean, if you've ever come across quartz that's more of kind of like a mineral specimen, something that you might have on display, something you might have it perhaps in a sphere or a carving, or going to, you know, the real extreme when people have really, really, really expensive like quartz tops in their kitchens and stuff, it's always completely solid and opaque. But if we hone in on the finest quality and the pieces that can hit the brief of being in the gemstone world, we do want an improved sense of that, of course, but still, it's normal to be included in many different ways. So this outstanding stone, giant 9.24 carats in weight, has got clarity above and beyond what we'd ever expect. But do you know what's even rarer than that? It's the colour. It's the colour through and through. The hardest colours for Mother Nature to create with this type of material, it's your pinks and purples and blue. They're literally the most unlikely. And of course, because they're rarer, they're even more likely, when you come across them, they're even more likely to be heavily included because it's focusing on the colour, right? So this has got colour, this has got clarity, this has got carat weight, and it's all totally natural as well, would you believe? It's not been heat treated, it's not been manipulated or changed in any which way after the fact it's been discovered. It is all natural wonder from Mother Nature. And this, I know it is limited edition, I've got to say. We're literally coming in with only 3 in the world. That's it. Can you imagine owning something that only 3 in the world exist? That's exciting for sure, isn't it, as a collector? 1 of 3 could be yours, or in fact, all 3 of them could be yours if you're quick enough. And they are, even this piece, even with this height of value, even with this height of quality, they are all available for you here today. Coming home with your free certificate of authenticity, and you can read with your 30-day money-back guarantee as well, don't forget. So whatever happens, if you get any of these pieces home and you don't love them, send them back. Send them back. I want you to love them. I need you to love them. That's what it's all about. My passion for gemstones and jewellery, I want everyone to be able to share that. And if you, and I totally understand, you know, as humans, we all have our own different preferences. If you get something home and it's not exactly, you know, completely speaking to you, you're not completely in love with it, send it on back, and then, you know, we give you a full refund, and then you can come back and you can find something else that is for you. It's really important that you adore these pieces. So we always give you a 30-day money-back guarantee. And we always give you, obviously, before that, the bargains to be had on top. So this one's under 20 as well. This one's under 20 as well. £19.99 all in. 20 millimetres in height. Can I show you again what that looks like on the finger? 20 millimetres in height. That's a cocktail ring for sure, isn't it? And because we've got 3 of them, I know we've got jewellery makers here with us at Gemcollector. We've got so many of you guys that enjoy your treasures in many different ways. This could be a ring and a pendant. If you're multi-bidding. But remember, there are only 3 in the world. I say that. Hang on, bear with. Let me refresh my page a second. Okay, there's only 2 left in the world. This is how quick it happens. 2 left in the world for you there at number 6. Good luck to you. From number 6, where we're going to go to next, let me know. We've got obviously big start buy opportunity of your Ethiopian opal coming up. You do not want to miss that. Before we go to that auction of the Ethiopian opal, just reminisce on your experiences with opal. Have a think of what you associate opals to have or to be or to look like. Have a little think about that and get yourself ready. Get yourself bubbling up with excitement as to what could possibly the opal for you today in an under £20 deal hour. What could it possibly bring to the table? Because you are going to be very impressed, I can assure you. Before we go there, I can't even myself begin to believe the fact that we are able to have something like this in an hour like this. There are some stones that loads of people haven't heard of, even collectors. There are still going to be stones always that are so rare, that are so difficult to come across, that even collectors maybe have not heard of them or come across them before. But then there's stones the opposite of that, stones that are so famous, stones that are so steeped in history, so important in everything that they've ever delivered and we've ever known about them, that literally anybody knows exactly what they are. Even people that aren't collectors have heard of an emerald. It is that famous. It's in the top 3 most precious stones of all time, okay? So everyone knows of emeralds. Everyone loves emeralds. Everyone's aware that you think of an emerald, you're probably also going to have the association of it being luxurious and very expensive, right? Absolutely right. That is bang on. They are very luxurious. They are very expensive. And from the sole location of primary source, in fact, of Colombia, this is the #1 emerald source in the world. #1. So of all the emeralds that exist, every emerald you can think of that's right now in someone's collection already, all the emeralds that are, you know, already in a piece of jewellery in someone's wonderful legacy collection that they're planning on passing down through the generations, all the emeralds that are for sale in the industry, loose or again in jewellery shops. Compile them all together, and over 60% of them are from Colombia. This is a big, 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 big origin. It's a very important origin. And it brings to us, goodness me, a powerhouse of quality, colour being the most important valuing factor. Obviously, we're thinking of green, right? I want you to look at this stone, and I want you to assess it yourself on the quality of the green. On the quality of the green, because green... There's more versions of green than any other colour in the world. And this green. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Is this green pale? Is this green dull? Is this green lacking something? This is a green of strength, isn't it? Of almighty power and intensity. This green is the ultimate dream for an emerald to be. And to be fair, as much as all of the fame lies with Colombia, it's not actually usually able to deliver this colour, believe it or not. And I know that sounds completely wild, but this kind of colour, being so dark and intense, this is usually something that we would expect to see from the likes of the Zambian emerald location, not the Colombian. Colombian are usually a little bit lighter. But wow! In any regard, wow! Is what we instantly have as a sensation, as an immediate kind of experience or immediate reaction to looking at this before we'd even know what kind of location it's coming from. And the fact that it is again Colombian says it all. This piece is one of the most ridiculous to have at an under £20 hour. If you're after legacy stones here today, there's a wonderful selection for you to choose from, but this is, without shadow of a doubt, up there as the top tier piece, isn't it? As the top tier material. Again, it is at number 2. There is only one available, though. Oh, goodness me. Okay. There's only one available. Probably should have said that at the start, shouldn't I, really? It means whoever checks this out first gets this piece. Brent says, so you've chosen to cohabitate with 2 bears. Do you have separate collars for each of them? Which one is kept on the shorter leash? You're hilarious. You're hilarious. Yes, I have. For some reason, I don't know. It's obviously just my destiny, isn't it, to be with bears. I think it's also part of the fact that I like big things. I've said this before, I've been very open and honest on many occasions. I like big things, whether it's big juicy gemstones, whether it's, you know, big cars, big dogs. Barney Bear is a very, very big dog. He's about 60 kilograms. And then big men. And that is exactly it with Mr. Thomas, who bought me my dozen of roses today. He's a very big man, and I call him Bear. So yes, I have chosen to cohabitate with 2 bears. They don't have separate collars. Most of them, both of them actually don't wear collars most of the time at all, really. Barney Bear, obviously, legally has to put a collar on when he goes out for walkies. But he very rarely has a lead at all. And neither does Thomas. So no leash is needed. That's so funny, though. Right, number 2 on the screen. My lovely Michael, great to see you today, sir. Hope you're well. Number 12 and number 17 coming in for you. Number 12, firstly, is the Gem Jelly Aquapraise. And this one, you know, you can't really see this from the photograph, but I'm telling you now, Michael, you'll see it as I bring it on. This Gem Jelly Aquapraise has got a stronger colour than they normally have. What do we know for Gem Jelly Aquapraise? What's it all about? what's it all about? We've got aquapraise, of course, in the conversation. Aquapraise, this glorious gemstone, a designer gemstone as well. It was the first time it was ever actually taken to Tucson Gem Fair to be exhibited, and everyone to learn about the fact this new material had been discovered. This beautiful stone, obviously brought to the market by Yanni Melas, and named aquapraise, means blue-green, right? So we're expecting these aqua bluey-green colours, but in the traditional sense of those aquapraise, it's still really broad, really broad in terms of their appearance. So the blue and green is going to be there. They can have pattern that is black, that is brown, that is white. They can be opaque. Some of them can have a little bit of translucency veining through them. And so if you take all of those factors into consideration, aquapraise in general can still have lots of different appearances. But Gem Jelly aquapraise, you'll notice it's trademarked on the title. It's because this is a protected version of aquapraise because it has to be so specific. It can't be just, any different version with some patterns, some's got not. Gem Jelly, it's aquapraise that is specifically the rarest aquapraise in the world because it's aquapraise that has to be the purest aquapraise. It has to be the most flawless in terms of there's no matrix, there's no black veins going through it at all. It's pure blue-green. And, as the jelly part of the name suggests, it has to have a certain level of translucency, like jelly would, where it just allows light to shimmer and flow through it, so it has a glow to it. So Gem Jelly, straight away, it's the rarest aquapraise in the world. So great choice from our Michael. But this piece, and I'm actually going to show you number 11 first, which is right next door. This is the classic Gem Jelly. So see what I mean? Pure as anything. Pure as anything. No inclusions whatsoever, and it's got this slight translucency to allow light to flood through. And then I'm going to show you the piece that you've requested, Michael, at number 12. I've only got 3 of these, by the way. So if this is what we expect, this is then what we have here. And you'll see that colour even more so when I lay it down. It's very strong. It is very, 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 very strong. It's got this extra intensity of power to it. So I just lay that down a second. And again, if I hold that one next to it, can you see the difference in tone? They both have the aquapraise. They both have the blue-green. But the one that you're choosing here today, that triangle-shaped cab, is warmer, isn't it? It's warmer, slightly brighter as well in its lovely colour across the board for such a rarity. Again, here at number 12, there's just 3 available. If you do choose to multi-bid on these, to multi-purchase, I can also say that all 3 of them will coordinate with each other. They will coordinate. They all have the same 8mm measurement of the triangle cab, and they will all be... See, this is when I start then taking the price down, this is where it's like, oh, okay. I don't blame anyone for just going, I was thinking about getting one, but now I'm seeing the price, I might as well have all 3. Because look at this. This is now £7.99. £7.99 to get this piece home and into your very own collection. 1.62 carats, 8mm in the triangle cabochon measurement, and so beautifully warm, the kind of colours that really resonate with Mother Nature, the kind of colours that we absolutely adore to surround ourselves with from this natural world, the blues and the greens, the oceans and the skies, right? Here, number 12. Again, great choice from our lovely gentleman, Michael in Massachusetts. Thank you so much. Michael says, you look so foxy today. No pun intended. Oh, do I look extra foxy? I think, to be fair, a lot of people have said that since the redhead reoccurred. It makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense. If I've always been called foxy, the blonde doesn't quite work with the name as well as the redhead, I agree. Number 17, my lovely Michael, you've also requested today. Ooh! And this is my pearl. Let me get my little pearl holder out. Bear with. Bear with. Here she is. Okay, so the pearl. There's only one of these left, so I'm just going to have to do a really quick bam. pop it on, and whip it down. See, did it. I can be Max-a-Fish. $7.99. Can't go wrong. 9mm freshwater. Freshwater culture pearl. And obviously we know 9mm is fantastic size for a pearl, but it's perfectly round. It's actually certified as a round as well, which might sound a little bit silly if you're new to gemstones and the natural form of pearls. You might think, well, that's what they're always associated with, isn't it? And absolutely, you're right. Through history, pearls are incredibly famous, this wonderful organic luxury material of a gemstone. And most of the time, our experiences will always kind of resonate with the expectation of a round. But the truth is, they're organic, naturally formed materials. And so as much as we know about the round is technically the rarest shape to come across. It's actually very unlikely. They form in any which wonderful organic free-flowing shape that you could possibly imagine. And then because they're not cut and polished and carved down like other gemstones are, the shape they literally form as is the shape that you will get. There's no changing them. So finding a perfect round, it's actually really unlikely, but this one's got it. And it's $7.99, you can't go wrong. That's for Michael's choice there today. Thank you, Michael. Lovely choices as always. Keep them coming in. Keep them coming on in. Now we're going to go to the Montezumas at number 7 and 8, and then we'll be bringing on our big star buy of the Ethiopian opal, which you cannot miss. You cannot miss. You know about your opals, and the world desires opals. They're immediately, of course, associated with their fantastic fame and their ability of delivering to us play of colour. Once again, just like pearls always expected or associated with being round, technically they're not always round. Same with opals. They're associated with play of colour, but it's very, very unlikely. It's only the rarest and finest opals that will ever have play of colour. And so the piece at number 1 is guaranteed under £20. It's got play of colour. To what extent, you will see when I bring it on. You will see. Oh boy, you will love it. But before then, number 7 and number 8. Montezuma quartz. Do you remember earlier when we were talking about that lovely pink amethyst? It's a member of the quartz family, right? One of the rarest colours in the world for a quartz to have. They can be white. Most of the time they are white. They're always expected to be visibly included, on the average around a type 2 kind of medium amount of conclusions. But again, there's such a broad version of variations of them. Some of them are always completely opaque, and some of them can sometimes deliver clarity. But forgetting all of that, if colour is the most important valuing factor of any gemstone, the value literally is dominated by the quality of colour. It's important to establish, yes, the quality of colour, but actually what's the individual hue firstly? Is it red? Is it green? Is it blue? Is it pink? Is it this? Isn't this? So for the quartz family, the rarest, the most unlikely colour is always going to be the blues and purples, very close to each other on the colour chart, as you can imagine, very close to each other within nature in terms of their family. So blue and purple. You can then have your indigos and your violets, where it's all kind of wonderfully blended in together. But if it is a quartz, the purple we usually refer to as an amethyst, and then the blue, have you ever seen a blue quartz? That's a once-in-a-lifetime situation, guys, if ever you see one. A blue quartz is also referred to as a demortierite, okay? They're the rarest in the world, always opaque. Never, ever, ever expect any kind of clarity. Just the fact that it's blue that's it, that's the holy grail. So demortierite is the rarest number 1 in the world, technically, and then very closely followed by the purple, which is, again, what we refer to as an amethyst. They are always going to be the hardest to find. Both of them end up then also being the most expensive. Both of them totally normal to be paying, you know, in excess. I mean, especially fine-grade amethyst, they can go into the thousands of dollars for a solitaire of good quality. And that's still being said, even with heavily treated pieces. So dumortierites can be dyed and diffused, amethyst can be diffused, and they can be most commonly heat treated. What we've got here is a fluke. Okay, this is not even something that would be in that conversation of the traditions of what we know. This is not something that was ever expected to exist, to be found, to be discovered. But just one time only, in one exclusive part of the Earth's crust, where there actually is, this is over in Brazil, so famous location for some of the best quartz in the world, especially amethyst. They're mining this material, they're looking for amethyst, they're hoping for amethyst. Sometimes they might get lucky and find some wonderful citrines. Amethyst, again, is technically still rarer. But once, many years ago, they hit a pocket which was totally out of the ordinary, and that is what this is here today for you. This is Montezuma quartz, which you'll see from the colour, but I'm just going to say it out loud for a second to express, scientifically speaking, what we're about to see. This has the composition, the chemical composition within its body of what technically makes it both an amethyst, so the purple version of quartz, and it contains the scientific incorporation of ingredients that make it a dumortierite, the blue version of quartz, the rarest in the world. And because this has both of those ingredients, both of those wonderful recipes within it, Mother Nature forming a dumortierite and an amethyst at the same time in the same place over millions and millions of years in the Earth's crust, but very unlikely, but still ended up the perfect layer within the Earth's crust of heat and pressure. It's ended up forming that hybrid of miracle. This is half blue quartz dumortierite and half purple amethyst. This is that fluke of the Montezuma material. And not only do we know scientifically speaking what it contains, but we can see it. We can literally see it. We can really witness what this is made up of. This stunning material has got the best of both worlds. It definitely got the presence of those exclusive, finest and most unlikely colours to ever come from this material. The purple is there, the blue is there. Together, this marriage of deep decadent indigo is simply divine, isn't it? But also, we've got to mention the clarity. Even if we were to take the finest amethyst, right? So dumortierites are always opaque. Even the finest amethyst, they're still type 2. They're still normal to have inclusions. How on earth has Mother Nature treated us with such splendour to be both the blue and the purple, as well as still retain clarity? This is SI graded. SI graded in clarity, can you believe? So it's the full package of wow factor, the best of the best, and the most unlikely in its natural formation that we're very lucky to have with you here today. So this is something that you literally won't see again. As far as I'm aware, as far as I'm concerned, since this was first found, it was all mined out and pulled out of the ground, of course. We were able to have exclusive access to get it for you, and they haven't found any more since. They haven't found any more since whatsoever. So what we have here is literally all that remains available in the world. And once it's gone, it's gone. Have you ever seen anything like it? That blue, that petrol blue is extraordinary, isn't it? And you know we're in an under £20 hour, so it had to go to under £20. But guys, I'm so passionate about this. I'm so excited for you to be able to have the chance to own this material. The fact that it was even found in our lifetime as well, I've got to think, the gemstone industry, gemstones being discovered and mined, has been going on for thousands and thousands of years. This could have happened 1,000 years ago and we'd have never been able to know about it or own it. It could have happened, you know, in the future. And again, out of our lifetime, we'd have never been able to know about it and own it. And so we're really lucky to have that chance to get this material here today, and obviously with exceptional value for money in our collection as well. All certified, don't forget, it has everything there printed on your certificate of authenticity for your guarantee, for your documents as well. So it will have it clearly documented, your carat weight, your measurement. We know that it's SI graded, it's Brazilian Montezuma, and you're going to be able to honestly, you will adore this when you see that blue and purple combination together with the naked eye, and the way that it sparkles as well. The way that it sparkles is incredible. That's the piece at number 7, and then number 8 I've slipped in for you to boot, which is also in the cushion shape. This is an 8 by 6 millimetre measurement. So the previous one was 9 by 7, and this one's an 8 by 6. They could definitely work together, actually, in designs for sure. Let me just zoom out and show you on the finger. There we go. Oh, she's spinning. There we go. That's better. 8 by 6 mil. So 90 points. This one actually averages 1.2 carats as well. So you're getting a bit of extra free carat weight. And again, you can see it, can't you? You can see that lovely marriage of the colours, that marriage of both the demortierite, blue quartz, and the purple of the amethyst together in one fascinating material. This piece, I won't dilly-dally. I'll just immediately bring it to your price to get this one. £7.99 all in. Exclusively here with you at Gemcollector. Hello, Debbie. How are you? She says, hi, Em. My amazing Tanzanite box arrived. Today she says, OMG. A brilliant round, a pair, marquise as well, my favourite, and an emerald cut to boot. The colour is wow. I'm chuffed to bits, she says. Thank you from Debbie. Debbie, you know what do we say? I love hearing these things. I love getting your feedback, knowing that you've got these pieces home safe and sound and that you love them. That was an absolute steal of a deal. It was a silly steal of a deal, wasn't it? So I'm buzzing for you that you were there and you were able to make the most of it. Well done. Well done, well done. Enjoy. Now we are approaching, goodness me, there's only about 7 minutes left to check out in this hour. And I have for you a humongous star buy. Humongous star buy. An Ethiopian opal. And the quality, I know I've banged on about it enough. I'm going to keep on banging on about it. I am. Because it deserves, this is so good, it deserves to be banged on about. This is incredible. It comes in a nice little pot. I'm going to take it out of the pot, but it does come in a nice little pot. This what do we want? Bearing in mind, less than 10% of all opals will ever actually have play of colour. I know that's what we always think about with them, but we have to understand it's less than 10% that will actually have it. I can tell you immediately this has got play of colour, so you're in that top 10% automatically. But let's assess the situation for the grade. Because just like when we assess the quality and the value, the price of any gemstone, okay, what's the colour like? Is it what's the hue, what's the tone, what's the saturation? If the colour's good, the value's going to go up, right? With an opal, if it's about play of colour, it can have play of colour and be in the top 10% with one hue. It could just be an opal with literally green dancing throughout, and that's it. You've ticked the box and you've got it. It will then go up in value if it has another colour. So 2 colours is going to be better. It's going to be more expensive. 3 colours, better, more expensive. You see where I'm going with this? Up to 6 colours being the max. So the highest graded opal in the world, and this can be whether we're talking about the Australian Cooperpides, and the play of colour is different because it's only on the surface of the stone with those, but still, whether it's on the surface with the Australians or whether it's Ethiopian, which is the best in terms of translucency and colour, like deeper into the stone, regardless, if it has more colour, if it has up to 6 hues, it will be the highest grade in the world. And even better if those colours are bright, because there is also such a thing of them being, they can fluctuate in being slightly more dull and, you know, not as neon. If you've got colours, if you've got brightness, it's the holy grail. That's what we want. And this stone I'm so excited about. And it's such a major, major, major star buy, because it's got everything that we want. It's got everything that we want, isn't it? Averaging 75 points of a carat, this solitaire is an 8 by 6 millimetre measurement of an Ethiopian opal that has then also been faceted, because it's such a good quality. It has been able to have that work done to it. Have you ever noticed opals are normally always cabochon? When they're sold elsewhere, they're nearly always either you're buying them as a piece of rough, or they are simply a cabochon, smooth, either flat or smooth domed cabochon, with no facets, no cuts, no form by a lapidrist. They're always left cabochon. And that's because, again, we're trying to see a play of colour. We want the ideal of that dancing, magical rainbow. And it's so unlikely that when it is found, to maximise our ability to see it, to improve the chances of witnessing it, everyone else in the industry keep them cabochon to make their stones look better. We do not need to do that. You and I never need to do that, because these pieces are of the height of quality. And when you have got the best of the best from Mother Nature herself, you can go to town with playfully choosing to then also have faceting. So this has got a table facet, this has got a crown, this has got a girdle, a pavilion. This has got all of that wonderful extra work given to it in terms of cutting and polishing, because the stone will always be able to showcase that it is the finest possible grade. Watch her dance. Can you see the colours? Is this one of those pieces where there's only one colour? Absolutely not. This has got the full spectrum, the full selection of the colours of the rainbow, and they are bright, aren't they? They are vivid, they are neon, they are dancing constantly throughout the stone. Even the red, technically, out of the 6 colours, red is the #1 rarest as well. And this, it's almost like the red is dominating across this gemstone, because it's got exceptional translucency as well, thanks to the fact firstly, it's Ethiopian. These have been known and recognised for the greatest depths of play of colour into the belly of the stone, instead of just the traditional on the surface, because of the higher water content as well. The reason that they stand out from any other opal that's ever been found is that all other opals, we need water content in them. That's part of their DNA. They're made of silica and water, right? And so the water is averaging about 4% in any other opal. These stones, up to 20% water content. Way more chance then of clarity, and if more clarity is within the piece, more light can get into it. If more light can get in, more rainbows are going to start to show themselves. So this is the ultimate quality. And if you're after specifically play of colour, I would always say, as my recommendation, look for Ethiopian. Look for Ethiopian. Factually, in simply the way that they are formed, the place in which they come from, the outstanding differences that they have in comparison to any other origin of opal, through and through, they're always going to give you the best chance of this magic. And this piece, remember, this is a star buy here today. This is a star buy, bearing in mind that these stones have rocketed to fame from their initial discovery with being the best. Everyone has always tried to get their hands on them. The value has gone up and continued to go up, to the point where now at Tucson Gem Fair, Tucson and Hong Kong Gem Fair, so both, you know, the biggest trade events in the world, the last 2 years in a row, They've had, and I know this is a thing that's been occurring for years with other stones like diamonds, lab-grown, right? Lab-grown diamonds, you know, imitation stones in some way, shape or form where you can purchase, for saving a lot of money, you can go and purchase, instead of having one that's natural from the earth, people can instead buy one that's made in a lab. Lab diamonds, again, really kind of established themselves quite to a huge extent in the last couple of years. This has now happened with these. They have focused and literally invested millions and millions, if not billions of dollars in developing a way to lab grow Ethiopian opals, because everyone wants the real deal. Everyone wants this piece that you've got here today. Everybody knows that these are the ultimate and finest you'd ever seen, but they are still so rare. They are still so expensive that they have started lab making these stones as well. But why would we, as gem collectors, why would we want the lab-grown version when we can own this? The real, natural version, formed by Mother Nature herself. It's not been treated. It's not been in any which way, shape or form manipulated or changed since it was pulled out of the ground, the crust of the earth, and discovered. It is completely natural. And of course, because we are so excited and honoured to be able to offer you the highest grade that this is, we've also then been able to facet into an oval, brilliant cut this stone as well, which is, again, if you've ever had a little look, if ever you've tried to purchase opals, and I'm talking opals in general, not just Ethiopian, they could be the Australian, wherever. Opals are always left as a cabochon or as rough to purchase because of that fact of they're trying to preserve any bit of magic, any bit of quality they might have. If you facet opals, normally it might stop you from being able to see the play of colour, and so people try and really kind of maximise what they can show to their clients to maximise their ability to sell their stones, and so they just leave them rough or they leave them cabochon. But again, why go lab grown and why go for lower grade cabochon when you can get this? The proof is in the pudding by the fact that it's been faceted and is still magic within a gemstone. Congratulations to everyone that's already made the most of these. This is available to you under £20, of course. Under £20, so $19.99. You'll receive anything up to an 85-point solitaire, which is an 8x6mm measurement. So if you are multi-bidding on these, each one comes with a free certificate of authenticity. Each one comes in a lovely little pot as well for your collection. Every one of them coming home, if you are multi-bidding, you're also able to match. And I always like to mention that when we do have the chances of matching pieces, because I know many of you guys are investors and jewellery makers as well, aren't you? So you might have the idea of thinking, oh, I want 2 for a pair of earrings, I want 1 for a pendant, or maybe a couple for a pendant, because pendants can be as big as you like, a ring and so on. So if you are thinking about setting them, it's really important to know that you can happily multi-bid on these, get as many as you like, and they will all come home with the same exact 8x6mm measurement as well. Now I'm going to leave that live for you to continue to check out just for 1 more minute. And apologies, I have to cut it off after that because we are about to go into the next hour here at Gem Collector. So it's only about 1 minute remaining to check this piece out before it will disappear and the price will disappear as well. So very good luck to you. Well done already to Teresa Mary. Well done to Beverly in Pennsylvania. Hello to you. You got 2 of them as well, you superstar. And we've so many names. We've got Beverly, we've got Jacqueline, we've got Michael, we've got Martin. Great to see you today. I'm going to go and get our next hour ready and then rejoin you very shortly with more treasures just after this.
At Gem Collector, we make expanding your jewellery collection both exciting and risk-free. Here's how. In our reverse auctions, the price drops as you watch. Call or bid online to secure your piece and know that no matter when you bid, you'll get the final low price. We even combine your orders with 1 simple delivery charge per day, and it's all backed by our 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can enjoy your gem collecting hobby hassle-free.
here with the Aphrodite, that's not the case. It is not an open pit. It is hard rock, super hard rock. Yeah. And we can see it in the videos when I'm going in. And they literally, with that rebar, it's all hand, the amount of work.
Manual labor.
The manual labor. I mean, we pay them top dollar.
This is you, I believe, in the mine.
But to get that tunnel into the ground, I mean, there's some videos that I think, I'm not sure if I've downloaded them into the system, but there's some videos that you can actually see the guy hammering. And I sat there for literally an hour watching this guy, how slow it is to crack that rock inch by inch, taking that stuff out, and having to go for meters and meters and meters of rock without finding anything. And because of the formation, you end up getting hard rock and you find nothing. So there's not like a vein or something that you can find. They're just digging into the mountain.
It's almost like
and praying that they can find something, you know?
It's very difficult to find blue tourmaline. We're inside a big pegmatite that was pushed up to the surface of the Earth with a volcanic action many, many millions of years ago. It's very, very hard rock indeed. We're some 150 metres below the surface of the Earth here and some 200 metres inside the tunnel. And yet, when you talk about blue tourmaline, they're literally bringing out 1 or 2 pieces a week. It's incredibly rare. And the sizes are normally very, very small. So to find a 3-4 carat piece, we're talking months. We're talking a long, long time. In fact, over the last couple of years, they've only had 1 piece come out over 5 carats. So your blue tourmaline for mines like this, very, very rare. People talk about tanzanite being rare. You're talking about a different league altogether. Blue tourmaline, hard to find, gorgeous to look at, great, great depth of colour, very durable gemstone, and very, very hard in harsh mining conditions.
Hi guys, so I'm here with Kakuda Pearls, who have one of the finest selection of pearls that I've seen anywhere. We're talking incredible natural Tahitians, huge supply of incredible Akoya pearls, and of course the South Sea varieties as well. And we wanted to talk to the man himself about what's been happening within the pearl industry. And I wonder if you could just shed some light on what's happened maybe since September with pearls.
Okay, September to October, it was the kind of a peak time. With mainly Chinese customers.
Yeah.
It's a big boom in China that as a fashion material, the pearl is getting so popular.
And has it impacted the price?
It is.
Yeah.
Now it's the highest in the history.
In the whole history?
Yes, with the Tahitians and the South Sea golden color, South Sea white, or even the Japanese Akoyas.
So would you say it's gone up 30%, or is it doubled, or what kind of increase?
Well, don't remember much, but looking back 2 years, maybe last September, October was kind of a peak, and it was like a double. It's 3 years ago.
Wow.
But the things are kind of changing right now.
Yeah.
It's hitting the top, and
so it's very difficult at the minute to get good quality Tahitians and Golden South Sea because of the influence of, is it Nini, the social influencer in Yang Mi?
You're right.
Yeah,
because that's with Tahiti's. Right?
Yes, but it has also been impacting the price of South Sea. You said because that was Tahitians.
Overall, yes.
Yeah. So to anyone right now who's looking to get good quality South Sea, whether it's the golden or the white, and of course the Tahitians, it is very, very difficult unless you can get hold of older material, which you may be able to get a better price. Right now it's at the peak, and we're talking about the most expensive time in history to get cultured pearls, and that is the power of social media and influence and the Chinese market. we saw it through September and October, but even right now, in March, in February, we're seeing the same high peaks for those incredible pearls.
Hello and a big warm welcome back to you here on Gemcollector. Thank you so much for joining me as always. My name's Foxy. I'm here as your GIA gemstone professional with all of these decadent treats for us today on Gemcollector. And don't forget, you're in charge here as well. If you have any questions whatsoever, anything I can assist you with, please do fire them at me. Super easy to send in messages via gemcollector.com, the Gemporia app, or the free phone number that is on your screen. The web and the app I always recommend the most because you can watch, you can see all the stones ahead of time, you can check out on them if you want to straight away, and again, messaging in is nice and easy on there as well. In this hour, we're launching Bonita Blue Turquoise. This is a stone I haven't seen in ages. They're so difficult to get your hands on, but they're actually a really, really important ancient version of turquoise, right? So as you can imagine, there's the wonderful world of gemstones, firstly, but each one of them can be really important and steeped in history, more so, some of them more so than others. And turquoise, without shadow of a doubt, is absolutely one of those stones for history. This is a material, if you think of turquoise, most of the time we have the discussion of the Sleeping Beauty, which is the most expensive in the world. That's coming from America, right? And America, ancient in terms of the amazing wealth of turquoise that has come from this part of the world, and the importance that it's also resonated with in terms of the history. There is still now, to this day, civilizations, there's still communities across America that absolutely have this as something very, very important to their traditions, within their family, within their land. It is a material that is often referred to as the sky stone. If you can imagine, especially where Sleeping Beauty comes from, it comes from Arizona, it comes from the desert. So imagine being, you know, whether it's more recently or whether it's hundreds and hundreds of years ago, these families and these communities are working the land, and they are relying on not only the right conditions for the land to be able to survive, to grow their crops, to literally work the land, but they're also relying on rainfall, right? And that's not something that necessarily happens too much in these parts of the world. And so this is known as the sky stone, it's known as the stone of hope, and it was one of the things I always found fascinating is it's believed if you were to cast a piece of turquoise into water of some regard, it could actually help the gods bring to you rainfall to, of course, then have the knock-on effect that is needed for the lands, for the crops to grow. In so many ways, this is a very, very important stone with cultures and communities across the planet. Sleeping Beauty, once again, it's world famous. It is the purest turquoise on the planet. It is the most expensive turquoise on the planet. And I've got 3 fantastic pieces for you here in this hour. But the Bonita Blue Turquoise, now this is something that if you have not come across one of these before, and I understand if you haven't, you know, we're all here as collectors and we might have a wealth of experience, but there's always going to be those instances which are really hard to come across. They're so rare to discover. And the Bonita Blue Turquoise, also steeped in its own wonderful history, actually has a huge connection with gold mining. Now, we know that most places, in most different examples, turquoise is usually found within the same parameters of where gold mining or copper mining would happen, because it needs these elements, it needs the same environment that you would find them for turquoise to also exist, right? So copper as an element, it's the crucial ingredient in turquoise to give it the blue. Without copper, it's not turquoise. Without copper, it won't have the colour of turquoise either. And so this material over in Mexico, this material is one of the most ancient of them all. So it's understandable as to why they're believed to be gone, why they're believed to be extinct and no more, because it was one of the first ever discovered turquoise known to man. And so a lot of the mining would have been done way before our generation. And then once they hit the point where they weren't finding any more, they moved on. And that was absolutely the case with these pieces in Mexico. Mexican gold mining has been something in various different locations. I'm going to show you a thing on the map in a second. Mexican gold mining is, again, another huge location, huge importance within the industry. And having that kind of relation between these two materials has always been something where they come part and parcel with each other, and they are enjoyed together in that sense of the height of luxury. But if you go all the way back to ancient times, where were they getting? Were they mining the same way that we would mine now? Were they able to discover these stones? Yes, in Mexico, it is absolutely believed to be the case. If I show you this image here, we're talking about the ancient Aztecs, right? The ancient Aztecs, huge, again, important parts of history. And they were known for their love of gold. They were known for their extraordinary ability to create these wonderful, lavish temples, and for the most important individuals of the time to also be adorned with the luxury of the precious metals, the golds, and, of course, the gemstones. And there's always been this kind of conversation of where did the ancient Aztecs get their gold? Where did they get their turquoise? Where did they get it from? Just like in the same conversation it's occurred with more specifically of Cleopatra, as an individual. Where did she get her turquoise? Where did she get her emeralds and so on that she was so wonderfully, famously known for loving? Where did they come from? Did they all come from ancient Egypt? Absolutely not. They were conquering the world, and so they were also able to make the most of discovering everything that the lands they were conquering had to offer. And so the question with where did the ancient Aztecs get their turquoise? Well, it has been investigated, it has been researched again and again and again, and we can see here with the Smithsonian magazine in this fascinating article, where did the Aztecs get their turquoise? New analysis, so modern-day testing and modern-day science that's been able to be developed, has actually allowed them to analyse and research this. And it shows that the blue-green mineral found in the Aztec art was likely mined in Mexico, and not the American Southwest, as previously believed, which, again, was a very good assumption, by all means, because of that fantastic history of the American turquoise. Why would they not make that assumption? By all means. But actually, how fascinating to know it was instead more likely to come from Mexico. Now, both locations being very important, the American Southwest, including Arizona, so the Sleeping Beauty I was referring to, chock full of ancient turquoise mines, but then, of course, including southern Mexico and Central America, however, have few, if any. So basically, if you're looking at it on the map, the northern part where you've got America, yes, there's going to be lots of turquoise. As soon as you're starting to go down into Mexico, never expected to see hardly anywhere near as much. But because of the advances of science, between 1970 and 1990s, the archaeologists had put their assumptions to the test through chemical analysis of the Aztec turquoise, which revealed that the turquoise came from the northern mines. In the new study, however, researchers decided to take another look using more modern techniques, analysing the lead and the strontium isotopes in turquoise mosaics from the temples of the mayor in Mexico City, as well as the tiles that they had as well in the Smithsonian Museum. And after shaving the edges, the researchers dissolved them then in acid. They were able to look for the different ratios, which actually have a geographic fingerprint. This is fascinating research that they're able to do, with these modern day techniques. And they actually were then able to find that the geology, the composition, was not from America. It was not from the northern part of the land. Instead, it was actually suggesting that it was far likely more from different mines, distant mines, and southern mines closer into Mexico. And this material, the reason why they wanted to know this, one, is an important part of, again, the Aztec history, important part of history in general, but also it tells us so much of the stories of the time back then, and why is it that those turquoise, historically have always been the best? Why have they always been the brightest, the boldest, the most blue in terms of colour that we've always wanted? Where on earth did we get them from? Yes, we can assume it's what we know, loads of them to be available of from America, but turns out not the case. it is Mexico further down on the land, it is Mexico that, yes, it's far more rare, but has been able to produce the best, and I mean the best in the world. And Russell Twyford himself, who I'm sure you may have seen this lovely gentleman's face before, he is the turquoise man, he is the turquoise god, he is the sole most knowledgeable turquoise expert on planet Earth, very good friend of ours here at Gemporia, and he himself has said the most blue ever discovered and seen within turquoise before. And this really, again, re-established in the industry the importance of trying to look for turquoise from Mexico, even though it's unlikely, even though it is far more minimal in terms of availability and discovery in comparison to America. It really made so many of us want to reassess the situation and rededicate ourselves in trying to find it. So looking on this part of the land, which is a beautiful part of the land, can we try and find more turquoise? Now, this is where something very exciting then occurred, okay? We can look at all of Mexico, we can look at all of this wonderful part of the world, but crucially, if we know that these are more likely to be discovered where there is gold, where there is copper within the earth, surely that's the best place to start, right? And if we look here, these are the best and biggest parts of Mexico that produce gold. So it's helping us start to narrow it down, but still a lot of land to search. Now, you'll notice this is called Bonita Blue turquoise. What's that name that it's referring to? Bonita, it's not one of the states. It's not a huge community, a huge town, or anything like that. Bonita is the name of one family-owned ranch. This family, going back hundreds of years, many, many generations ago, they did mine turquoise. Some of the best turquoise ever seen. That turquoise that we now know the ancient Aztecs had. That kind of turquoise, there was this one family-owned, many generations ago, ranch that did in fact have it. And it was so small in its production, it was reserved for literally, only a few individuals, as you can imagine, across the land that were able to get hold of it. But also what happens, and again, we're talking hundreds of years ago, eventually they can't find any more, and that is the end of it. And so this Bonita history was always, very much an important part of the family's history and what they used to have and what came from their land, but it was long lost. And so their turquoise, every generation that was born again since then, were very much aware of it. They have family heirloom pieces that are their ultimate treasures of the turquoise from their very own land. But because it was no more, because it was extinct, they continued to mine the land and look for other things, and it ended up turning into a gold mine. And I love the fact that we've actually been able to source for you some of these original photographs. So you can, this is literally the ranch in question. I've actually got, if we go to this picture, can you see that? 1672 it says there. The Bonita, I don't know if you can just make that out. It says the Bonita Ranch, 1672. This is the ranch in question. Not a big ranch, not a huge producer of anything necessarily worldwide. We're talking about a family-owned area of land in Mexico. Once known to have this magnificent legacy of finding turquoise, then ending up being a gold mine as well. Until 10 years ago, the children, as you can imagine, these are wonderful tight-knit communities, the children upon this land, the children within the family, were out playing on the ranch, as you do. Imagine being a child growing up with that expanse of land to go and play and go and explore. There's hills and there's flat land all combined, right? The children were out playing, and they come home and they're sat all together around the fire and they're, you know, having their usual family time, until one of the children asks one of the elders, "Why did you paint some of the rocks blue?" On the other side of the ranch, "Why did you paint some of the rocks blue?" As children in their innocence, children, you know, in their wonderful playfulness. "Why did you do that? Why did you paint those rocks blue?" And at first, I think the elders didn't think much of it until they suddenly, well, the penny dropped. "Show me. Where did I paint the rocks blue? Show me." In a not necessarily mined or not necessarily worked part of their ranch, up in the hills, around some corners, where children, of course, naturally are going to play, they were able to find and rediscover something that hundreds of years in their family's generation had believed to be no more. They rediscovered their family legacy of the Bonita Ranch blue turquoise, a turquoise so rare, so limited, that hardly anyone in the world had ever seen it, except for, again, the Smithsonian museums. We're talking about Aztec jewelry. We're talking about centuries of important legacy, top quality material that was believed to never be seen again unless you are going to a museum. These children rediscovered it. And so it was that important. Bearing in mind, they've been mining gold since 1672. They have literally given up with the turquoise, and they have been mining gold and gold and gold and gold and gold and gold and gold, which we all know has a lot of value. But they stopped mining gold instantly. The second they realized that they'd rediscovered more turquoise on their land, they stopped. Because the turquoise, as much as we can talk about monetary value, we can talk about, oh, okay, I've got this piece right now on the graphics, it's coming in at £35. We know turquoise is valuable. We know that gold is valuable. And the gold is what they'd had to focus on because that is what they had upon the land. They stopped mining gold to prioritize the turquoise, because the turquoise is deemed more valuable, the turquoise is deemed more important to their history and to their legacy and to the world of gemstone lovers that we are. There is no other turquoise ever found like this, and so it absolutely had to take priority over the gold mining, and so they seized all of it and focused on the turquoise. And that is the turquoise that I have got for you here today. So when it comes to collecting genuine gemstones, we all strive for the best of the best. We all strive for the rarest and most collectible. There is not another turquoise that I can bring to you with a story like this that has been scientifically now proven to date back into ancient Aztec times. Again, we've discussed Cleopatra as well. There's nothing else like it. And if Russell Twyford, the #1 gemstone turquoise professional on the planet, if he himself, with his knowledge, states that this is the finest, the most blue turquoise ever seen, then we know it absolutely is something to be appreciated, something to be enjoyed. This turquoise here right now, I know I only have 2 auctions. That's the limitations that we are faced with something so rare. But this turquoise that we are looking at here right now is possibly one of the rarest and most important turquoise for you to get your hands on, because it was never expected to be seen again. It was never expected to be rediscovered. And the fact that the family themselves have literally held the gold mining to prioritize this says just how important this truly, truly is. And in this location of Mexico, I mean, I can literally show you here some of the images of this part of the world. Look at this. Is that not paradise? You've got the luscious greens of the landscape, you've got the golds of the coastline and the sand, and then you have got the ocean with this crystal clear blue water, this aqua turquoise colour combination of blues and greens that is simply exquisite. just upon the coastline in this very special place in Mexico. And where we are looking here, where we've got then, if I go back to, there's the gold mining, you can see right up top, Sonora, with the top percentage of the gold that is produced. You've got that little cove upon the map. If I go back to here, that little cove, that's what we're referring to with these wonderful images that are quite literally showing to us how Mother Nature has taken the most beautiful parts of the land, the most gorgeous colours of the ocean, and then also an important part of that land being the mining of gold, and it's put it all into one stone. The most blue, the most bold, the most striking colour that any fantastic turquoise could ever be found with. And you'll notice as well, it quite literally has all of that. Can you see the strength of the blue? Can you see the luscious greens that we saw in the crashing waves and the water as well? And can you see the nuggets of gold that flash and flicker through as well? You'll notice every single piece in its matrix. This isn't a matrix like the Egyptian turquoise, which was a solid black matrix, or the kind of brown matrix. Notice how it actually is metallic. You might not see it from the first instance, but as I zoom in, can you see those nuggets? They are not a matrix of just a matte colour and matte element within the stone. They are literally nuggets of metallic elements within there. So we have got the history that shows to us the importance and significance of the quality of the blue adored in ancient times. We've got the beauty of the landscape and the oceans upon that coastline here. And then we've got this extraordinary history of the Bonita gold mining production. So we know that gold is found in this part of the world. And then we see this stone and it's got golden nuggets, it's got the blue, it's got the green, it's got everything that is celebrated within these lands. And here, upon a stone, within a stone, as it is naturally formed, it equals some of the most beautiful that has quite literally ever been seen. So this, exclusively for us here today, is some of the most important turquoise that you could ever get your hands on. Never believed to be seen again, never believed to be rediscovered, but so crucial and so important in that family, the Bonita Ranch, that wonderful, small, family-owned community of gold mining. They gave up mining the gold because the turquoise is more important, and this turquoise literally shows to us the land itself, the landscape and the history of it itself. There's just the two auctions, that's all we have. This one is your over 8 carat material, actually averages 8.5 carats, so you could receive up to 9 carats with this piece here today. It's 14 millimeters in measurement of each direction. And the colour, or the colours should I say, those greens, those blues. And once again, we can assess not just what the colours are, but also the intensity, the vibrancy, the vividness of them. Are they dull? Are they pale? Or are they strong and are they vivid? All of these things are huge considerations when it comes to the value of coloured gemstones. And as Russell Twyford himself has said, it is the most blue that has ever been seen. It is the strongest blue that we have ever witnessed in the turquoise industry. But it's never been rediscovered, or it's only more recently with the extra research of the ancient Aztecs. Where did they get their turquoise from? Because it's the best of the best, and why have we never seen it again ourselves in the modern world? Well, we've been looking in the wrong place. We made the assumption that it was going to come from America. America is fantastic for turquoise. There's turquoise mines all over the place. But why are we still not finding material like the Aztecs had? Well, now we know. It came from the far more unlikely lands of Mexico, covered in gold mines, and most of them mined out way before our time. The ancient Aztecs, they mined out the Mexican material because they knew it was the best. That's why we do not have it. That's why the only chance you can ever find it and own it, or not own it, but find it and see it, is if you do, of course, go to a museum. But we have this one-off chance, thanks to some children, some innocent children playing at home on the Bonita Ranch in Mexico, where their family and all the generations before them, since 1972 and even beyond, have been mining gold. They come back to the heart of the ranch one day and they say, "Why have you painted the rocks blue?" That's the only reason that we have this here today. But I can assure you now, just like before, it is definitely not going to last. The limitations of the land will not allow many of these pieces to ever come onto the market because there's simply not enough. From the blues, the greens, and the golden nuggets, getting this piece home is one of my top recommendations in the turquoise world, and there is nothing else like it. You can scour the lands for all the treasures, all the turquoise that exists, all important in their own right, but I can assure you there is nothing else like this, as seen from the ancient times. And I am making it as easy as possible for you to own and collect this here today by taking it, again, even lower. We've already got a lot of you making the most of this. A huge congratulations. Nikki in Hampshire has got one. A collector in Carmarthenshire has got one. Collector in Greater London has got one. Congratulations to you. I've got another 2 that have just got into a basket, but I don't have a name just yet. Well done. Collectors checking out on the web, on the app, on the telephone line. It's whichever is easiest for you to make sure that this is in your collection here today before it is gone. There's a reason we only have 2 of them in the entire vault to auction for you. Literally this one at number 1, and then of course we have the piece at number 2, which is even more limited. My lovely Beverly says, has turquoise been compressed with blue resin? Oh, do you know what? I've never seen a turquoise compressed with blue resin before. I wouldn't want to touch one of those. Not personally myself. I'm sure there's people who would, who'd be happy to have that. But compressed with blue resin, it might as well just be a fake gemstone or a man-made gemstone. Do you know what I mean? And that is the thing, by the way. That is absolutely a thing. There's always going to be man-made versions of anything that's precious and anything that's special. There's going to be man-made versions. Obviously, we talked earlier, there's going to be lab-grown versions and so on. That is not the case. When we're dealing with these stones here at Gemcollector, obviously, we fully disclose everything. Turquoise will always be, when we talk about treatments, tanzanite's always heat treated, kunzite's always irradiated, sapphire's usually always diffused, so are sunstones. I mean, I could go on. Every stone has a different treatment that it usually needs and that is completely normal along with it. With turquoise, it is always industry standard for them to either have been compressed or compressed and waxed or compressed and had the Zachary treatment. It's usually, sometimes it can be all of them, sometimes it's just one or the other. And that's purely, again, completely as standard and normal within the type of material of what it is. So just like a kunzite will usually need irradiation to clean it up a little bit in terms of different fluctuations of colour and also intensify it. The same thing happens with the treatment which tanzanite has with turquoise, because of within the nature of the density of the individual elements and the atoms that create turquoise, all the ingredients within the recipe, and then the structure in which turquoise naturally forms with as well. It's not necessarily the most dense of stones. So, and that could be, again, we can have that conversation with lots of different things. So you can have amber, which is really, really light. You can have meteorite, which is really, really heavy. With turquoise, it's this kind of medium balance of it having all of that perfect structure and that component and that wonderful colour. But because of its quite loose and aerated form in terms of how it grows, it doesn't have a really kind of tight-knit structure of density. And so to preserve turquoise in the best possible quality piece, it is an industry standard thing for them to be compressed, which is another fancy word in terms of treatment of going back under pressure, okay? So that's what it's referring to. They're not compressed with, as Beverly's asked the question, is it compressed with blue resin? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If that was the case, it would literally, we ourselves, because we are always offering full disclosure with everything, we would have to put on the certificate, it's turquoise, but it's been compressed and it's been dyed. If it was blue resin, like you said, we'd have to put it been dyed, we'd have to put it been resin filled, as well as dyed, as well as compressed. That's not something that we have ever seen or done here at Gemcollector whatsoever. So the compression, which this piece has had, is firstly, again, an industry standard, and it is a fancy word, another word for saying pressure reapplied to it. So how are gemstones formed? In the earth? Under heat and pressure, right? How many times have we talked about all gemstones naturally forming under heat and pressure, and then I bring you a tanzanite and it's had more heat added to it after it was mined? It was formed under heat and pressure, but it's then been heat treated. Or a sapphire, it's then been heat treated after the fact. We see that all the time, don't we? It's completely normal. This is literally, instead of it being under heat and pressure and it's been then reheat treated, which we completely don't bat an eyelid at, this is formed under heat and pressure, and then it's just had a little bit of extra pressure added to it. That's what I'm referring to with the compressed terminology that you've got on the title there. Thank you so much to you, Beverly and Devon, for asking that question, because I think that's a very good question. It's a very handy question as well for any of us to be aware of. And I'm hoping I've been able to answer that clearly for you as well. It is simply an extra bit of pressure added to the stone after the fact of it being mined. This piece, number one, of course, and then there is simply just one of the Bonita Blue, which is the piece in number two. I cannot recommend these pieces to you enough. If you haven't got the Bonita Blue, it's one of the most stunning turquoise ever seen on planet Earth. The fact that everyone has always had this extraordinary admiration and love for the American material is because within our generations, or most recent generations, it's the American material we've been able to look for, we've been able to search for, and we've been able to discover. Why has it always been considered that no turquoise hardly ever comes from Mexico, even though technically same part of land? It's because they were already mined out. These were the pieces chosen as the preference by the ancient ones that walked our land. The ancient articles and specimens that can be seen in the Smithsonian Museum, the Aztec multi-millions of dollars worth of ancient specimens to be seen are Mexican turquoise, a location that had been cleared out long before we were over here of the finest turquoise in the world. And so they moved to gold mining instead. But just this beautiful, small, family-owned ranch in Mexico were able to rediscover a small section of their land that had these pieces that had not yet been found, and they completely seized gold mining instantly because this is deemed more important and more valuable. The fact that you can literally see the land upon the stone as well, from the coastline of those blues and greens and those nuggets of gold. I mean, look at it. You can just see that metallic shimmer catching, can't you? From a distance, you might think that was part of a traditional matrix, but then when you get up close and you realise, no, that is a metallic element that you've got in there as well. It's a hugely special part that is solely only ever been seen with this material. Now, this one is even more limited. I've got to stress that to you. 6.1 carats goes up to nearly 7 carats in weight. And this one, I'm not even going to tease. I'm just going to take it straight to its price, because if the other one's anything to go by, this one will be selling out. This one will be selling out. No, let me just refresh my... Yeah, okay, right. What's the situation? Okay, Nikki in Hampshire's got one, Collection in Carmarthenshire got one, Beverly in Devon's got two, Collection in Greater London's now got one, Pamela on the telephone line has got one of the previous pieces. Well done to you, my lovely. Another two just gone. There's one left. There's one left, guys. One left only on this one already. I don't know who's going to get it. I don't know who's going to get it. If you miss it, please do not fear. We just have, I know there's only 2 auctions. That is just the nature of the material being from this gold mine in Mexico. There's just a couple left of the piece at number 1. Whichever one you get, you will be besotted with the strength of colour. And by all means, if you do have turquoise in your collection already from other locations, have a play with it and see and hold them side by side and see the difference of colour. See the difference of colour. Can I just for a little bit of fun here for a second, I'm just going to put on, and I know this is a wild thing to do because I'm about to put on a Sleeping Beauty turquoise next to them. The most expensive turquoise in the world, as we know from our recent times. So this Bonita Blue is from ancient times. Again, reserved for and mined out by the ancient civilizations that are no longer, you know, they exhausted the lot. And so moving to our generations, we've been able to discover our own in America, and that's this. This is the Sleeping Beauty. Beautiful, special, highly valued in its own right, but I'm putting it on as a wild thing to do, purely to really kind of make the point with a visual aspect as to the intensity of colour that I'm referring to here. Can you see the difference? Can you see the difference? The Sleeping Beauty is lighter in tone. The Bonita Blue from this gold mine, the blue itself is darker, stronger, more vivid, and then you've got that beautiful variation of the greens and the gold flecks in there as well, which really make it stand out. I've got the graphics live for number 2 at the moment. There is, again, just one left. I'm just going to load the graphics back in for the piece at number 1, which is the hexagon. And there's just a couple of those left if you're just tuning in and you don't want to miss out. It is crucial. Now, of course, I know this whole hour was dedicated to Bonita Blue. I know we've spent a lot of time on just this material, but I've got to stress to you it was really important that we did that because of how significant this stone is. What I'm going to do now, though, with the remaining time that we have within this hour, is I'm going to pick up the pace. And I'm going to do some fast-paced auctions through any of the other requests that you've sent in. If you haven't sent one in, by all means, please do. Let me know the numbers. We have Sleeping Beauty, of course. The one that's on the screen right now next to our Bonitas is the piece at number 4, I believe. So we've got 3, 4 and 5 of the Sleeping Beauty, and then we have number 6, which is the Mongolian as well. Graphics are currently live, though, for the just last few chances of the gold mine Bonita at number 1 for you to grab. Oh, excuse me. Okay, pop that back in there. I'm going to quickly bring on, in the manner of picking up the pace, this Sleeping Beauty turquoise. It is the highest valued piece in the entire vault. Highest valued piece in the entire vault, and I'm not going to dilly-dally. We all know how expensive these are. 18.77 carat, one of a kind, 19 millimeters. And completely flawless as well, isn't it? Completely flawless. All the way down to 199 for you here today for the only one in the world. I've got to stress, this is a stone. Any of these pieces, go and get them valued yourself. You can see the valuation of this is already over £2,000. The longer you wait, the more this is going to go up in value as time goes on. And it's very, very savvy there at 199 at number 3. Number 4 is then this lovely piece we've just been enjoying. This lovely piece, we've got 2 of these available. Whipping it down in an instant, £12.99. £12.99 for you at number 4. Oh, I pinged that one as well, goodness me. I'll get that in a second. Then number 5, I've just swapped it over with. Number 5, this is a 6mm diameter. Got 2 available on this one as well. And this one, £7.99. Let me just run around the disc and grab this. There we go. Number 4. Number 5 have is on the screen. So 2 of those available, just to show you the size on the finger. It's beautiful solitaire size. And then final turquoise was number 6, which is the Mongolian. So they all have their own striking characteristics, don't they? And this piece being the Mongolian, 1 chance available, and all the way down to £29.99. That's number 6. Good luck to you. Now with garnets, nice little juicy selection of these going on in this hour. Oh my word, they're all fabulous. Right. Number 8, the Bakili. Colour change. I think that says it all, really, doesn't it? Colour change. A stone, a genuine gem, a piece of rock from the earth that has a sensitivity to light. It has a sensitivity to light. So if it's exposed to a certain light source, it can start showing you a different colour. I mean, the concept of it is just completely wild, but it's a real thing. It's a natural phenomenon. It's a natural phenomenon from the natural world. Only a few gemstones have the ability to possess it, and any stone that does is, as you can imagine, very expensive indeed. Alexandrite, Zarite are other gemstones that have been discovered with it in the past. Think how expensive they are. This is a colour-changing garnet. It's the Bakili material from Madagascar, and is an all-round instant appearance. She's stunning, isn't she? She's absolutely glorious. I mean, even here in the studio, this beautiful combination of chocolates, purples, reds and oranges to come out to play. And then when you expose this to an incandescent light source, those reds can turn to vibrant scarlets and oranges as well. Sometimes you can even see greens in there. This one here at number 8, highest valued of the lot. Exceptional quality and grade, colour all the way through, as you can imagine. And here today, very quickly going to whip it down to your price of simply just £129, which is £43 on a 3-way split pay as well, which makes it super, super easy to get your hands on. And we always send these out to you very quickly. Very, very quickly. Whether you check out with the full price, whether you check out with our split pay option, we always send them out to you incredibly quickly to get them home as soon as possible to see them, and with a free certificate as well included. This one is number 8, and then number 7, guys. This is hands down one of the best Malawi garnets I've ever brought to you. Hands down. The Malawi garnet is something of extraordinary beauty, especially, again, sticking with the kind of classic garnet expectations, the classic garnet fame and appearance. We all think of garnets and we think of a red stone, don't we? We know, obviously, if you dive a little bit deeper into collecting, you might be aware that they can come sometimes in other colours, but it's red through and through that everyone, associates this stone to have. But are all the reds the same? Are all the different origins that have been found to bring us red garnet, are they all the same? Are they the same type of red? Are they the same kind of clarity that they can deliver? Same kind of, carat weights and so on? Absolutely not. And so that's how you'll end up with one origin that will be the best, one origin that will be the absolute most expensive. And so if we're talking about legacy red garnet, Malawi through and through. This is recognised through the industry as, if you want a red garnet, you're probably best if you want the red, but you want it to be warm, you want it to be rich, you want it to be decadent, you want these secondary hues of maybe pinks and purples in there as well. And then you also want a bigger carat weight than most across all of that quality. You're asking for a lot, really, aren't you? But we know we can go to Malawi, and that's your best chance of finding it. That's always been the case. This piece, and I know this is a big statement because we've been lucky enough to see quite a few Malawis in the past. This one, it's got everything and more, especially the clarity, which is what I wasn't really expecting. I know, again, we love this for its colour. Clarity is just, you kind of put that to one side when it's garnets, don't you? Because they're not known for clarity. But this one's got it, and the way that it flutters is very exciting. Let me tell you, when you see this, it is very exciting when you get a stone like this that then has clarity like this. So light can start to really get to work in illuminating the interior. It would get to work in bringing out all of those decadent colours. And I say colours, plural, because we're looking for red, we're expecting red, we're hoping for red, but there is a secondary palette of pinks and purples that start to come through with this material as well, making it, again, a very good choice for collectors across the world. I mean, look at that. Have you ever seen a garnet so perfect in intensity of colour that it has still got clarity? It's not a combination that's normal, is it? But this one's got it. She's a 12 by 7 mil, so glorious measurement of your cutting. So 12 mil in your height, giving that extra elongation, that extra height. I think we all very much appreciate how the cut and the shape and the proportions of any stone can massively impact its overall beauty and just the overall character of the stone, really. And because this has got a lovely height, that 12 millimeters allows more open front, more light to flood into it. And again, the knock-on effect, of course, is that we get to see the beauty that's before us here today. So this is Malawi, but there's a reason why I don't have a showcase of these. I brought to you a showcase of Malawis in the past, by all means. They've all been brilliant, but they're never this clarity grade. Certainly not. This is exceptional. And this piece, for that reason, standalone auctions, the only one like it in the entire vault. And it's yours today with a 12 mil height, a 7 mil width, scarlet kisses of those powerful moments of red and magenta pink. And the way that this is a level of affordability that is just never seen anywhere else in the world, for natural material especially. Talking of treatments, we know that we accept them. We know every stone has different treatment that's usually given. This is absolutely a stone that we don't even have to have that conversation with, because nothing has been done. This is how it came out of the earth. This is how Mother Nature naturally formed this garnet. How impressive is that? And that natural status, obviously we've made sure it's all been confirmed and tested by our gemologists. They've printed off a certificate of authenticity, which you'll receive for free with this piece there for your document, so you know precisely what it is, and proudly again can own this piece, being it's in the top 12 of stones of all time. It's in the top 12 stones literally in the world is garnet in general. Why not own the best garnet that you possibly can as well? Under £30 there for you here today. Under £30. Now, keep rocking and rolling. We've only got 4 minutes left to check out in this hour. Berkshire said number 3, that's been on and gone for yourself. Carmarthenshire and Beverley, number 15, and then number 16, not a problem. I do have to really quickly bring on number 12. Apologies. I think this hasn't been requested, I don't believe, but by the looks of it, it was checked out earlier by a collector, so I must just quickly load it in and drop it down. Whoa, yes, and it's the pre-drilled one as well. Oh, you can get very creative with this. Well done to Collector in Lanarkshire. I only had 3 available, and you got all 3 of them, so that's going to be a really exciting project for you. And all the way down there for your crash. And then 15 and 16 loading in. 15 and 16, now these are the Kashmir Axonites. Kashmir Axonites. Oh la la. Whoa! Okay. That's got purple in it. It's got purple and pink in it. Wow. Have you ever seen an axonite with purple and pink in it? Can I let you into a little secret as well? I know we're all very much aware of how rare this is, one of the rarest stones in the world. It's not even normally known as a gemstone, it's a mineral. You'd collect it as a piece of rough in a mineral form. Never expected to grow to have the ability to be cut and polished into a solitaire like this. So that's one thing, but I've got to let you into a little secret that I snuck these pieces in today because they're in the sale. And so I won't say another word. I'll just press the button and do this. 1. That's all we have. 1 stone. That is it. I don't know who's going to get it, but I say good luck. Good luck. That's number 15. And then number 16. Within this same naughty little selection I've snuck in for you. This is your 90-point piece. Cashmere Axonite once again. 1 stone only in the world once again. And I'll just press that button in a flash for you. There's about 30 seconds left before everything disappears in this hour. 30 seconds left to check out. Number 14, squeezing this in as well. Also, secret sale. 1 person can own it. They're just extraordinary, aren't they? Pamela, well done. What a thing. What a thing. Hello, Sapphire. How are you? She says, hi, beautiful Emily and Gem Collectors. How are you? Tuning in after finishing cooking a prawn biryani. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I don't know what I'm having for dinner today, and I'm really hungry. I'm always really hungry, but I'm really hungry. Now I'm even more hungry. It's my. If you're wondering why these, there's a dozen red roses on the desk. I feel like a princess today. Myself and my lovely partner Thomas, who I also call Bear. It's our anniversary today, and so literally I was just arriving, about to turn up to Gemcollector. And I was surprised with my dozen red roses. So very nice. But he's basically told me as soon as I come home later on this evening, I get home about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. He says there's going to be things to eat and drink. So who knows? Who knows? It could be a pizza. It could be a home cooked meal. It could be anything in between. Well, I'll let you know tomorrow when I return. Right, I do have to disappear because we're about to go into the next hour. Ooh, have you seen what we've got coming up now? I'm so excited about this. Married minerals, anyone? What could that possibly mean? What comes to mind if I say married minerals? What are you expecting? What comes to mind? Married minerals. So every gemstone, technically, when we're referring to a gemstone, it's a mineral, they're all minerals, which is the word given to a natural, miraculous formation of different elements that grow and crystallise and turn into a piece of rock, okay? So that's a mineral. But then to the extent of what we end up seeing when minerals have grown to an even better quality, where they have colour, where they have density, where they can sometimes even have clarity and so on, that's when they're referred to as a gemstone version of a mineral, because they're the best grade. So if that's a mineral, married minerals. It's coming up just after this.
So one of the really interesting things this year that we were really looking forward to seeing was what's really happening in the world of tanzanite. You guys know that at Gemporia we offer you incredible opportunities, and I've just come and had a look at a little selection here of tanzanite that you can see. I mean, the colour here, this is AAA grade, it's absolutely and utterly stunning. You can see the consistency. But one thing we're seeing is actually now acquiring bigger sizes. Because the price points of this have got to such a level as such. I mean, so just to be very clear, tanzanite isn't the most expensive it's ever been here at the show. But one thing I'm struggling to see now are actually bigger sizes. Yes, they have the one-off big rocks that are $500,000, 2 million, 3 million quid, but actually now finding pieces around 6, 7, 8 carats is not very easy to do. And of course, the pricing is aligned with that. And so over the next year, it's going to be really interesting to see actually how that price point progresses. Everything we are seeing this this year has raised in price. We know what's going on in Tanzania right now is only going to make that pricing harder. And also at the seminar yesterday, where we were speaking to the gem guy, they were discussing it again, potential further taxes that the Tanzanian government will be putting on this gemstone or on their exporting of gemstones, which is only going to make acquiring this tanzanite harder. You guys know more than anyone at Gemporia, one of the biggest assets we have is our tanzanite, and the way that we bring you tanzanite through the lights of Dr. John Saul, and because we've been working with this gemstone so much. Just stay tuned. But most importantly, is one thing you have to understand is this is also where our business model, that mine-to-market business model, and most importantly, being able to sit on gem stock over a 10 or let's say 7-year period makes a whole load of difference, and all of the difference in a market like today.
At Gemporia, we bring you high-quality jewellery at affordable prices by streamlining the entire process in-house. We cut out the middleman, delivering premium jewellery without unnecessary costs. Our journey starts with our talented designers developing collections using ethically sourced gemstones directly from artisanal mine owners wherever possible, and then gifted lapidarists pre-form and cut each piece with careful expertise. Our talented team sorts gemstones for size, colour and clarity. Then our skilled jewellers craft the designs from precious metals and set the stones in-house. At every step of the way, the utmost precision, accuracy and passion is taken to craft your beautiful jewellery. This in-house process cuts out the middleman and gives you the best value possible. Gemporia. Genuine gemstones, affordable to everyone.
So, okay, tell me about this new pocket you've just discovered.
Yeah, this is, we found exactly like I said. We find the albite and the garnet and the black tourmaline. And then inside of those pockets, there is some crystals. We never know what it is, if it is going to be pink, red, whatever it is. And
it's a bit like going to a casino, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure it is. You never know.
And earlier on you were saying quite often you'll drill through, and then if the drill goes straight through, you know you're into a big pocket.
Yeah, this is what we hope. Usually when we draw, and when you draw, when one goes zip, you take it out, it's nothing. And then you make another draw. So the air comes, so the water goes zip. So you find a pocket. You never know what's going to be inside. Yeah. But if you put it like this and you get some tourmaline in your hand, it is some tourmaline there. Wow. But we don't know what kind and how many kilos, how clean. It is another, your heart beats like this, you know. You have to open and see if you find really something. And we're very happy with this mine. We've been finding here lately quantity.
Excellent.
Really interesting, right? We've been talking about the lack of blue zircon in the marketplace, right? And how one company has bought the global supply of it. So I'm going to have a look here. Just come have a look here, Abs, right? We've got natural yellow diamonds. We've got natural white diamonds here, right? We've got some of the most beautiful diamonds you can find. Millions and millions of dollars worth here. Incredible tanzanites, indicolite tourmalines, blue sapphires. However, there is one right here. This is the one piece. They have it here. It's absolutely and utterly stunning, okay? And you can see here, Abby, the price point that's linked alongside this. Yeah, okay? So we understand exactly what's going on with zircon. We told you it was coming. And the rarity is defined by a booth like this. It has every gem you could possibly want. They have one right here.
Gemcollector, we want to make your life as straightforward as possible. That's why you can enjoy a 30-day money-back guarantee, just one P&P charge no matter how many times you order in a day, and a free telephone number for hassle-free shopping. Gem buying made simple.
The gem of love. Ruby is a red member of the corundum family and is often given as a gift to show the strength of one's relationship. Its rich, vivid red colours are due to the presence of chromium, and its almost identical twin sister, the sapphire, is similar in all but colour. Ruby shows pleochroism, which means that the colour varies when viewing the gemstone in different directions, and many can appear incredibly bright when exposed to the sun. For an incredible selection of rubies from all over the globe, stay tuned to us.
There's no doubt about it, for people who are individual, people who don't follow the crowd, there's no better gemstone to own than the beautiful emerald. Every single one is unique. Every single one will have a certain amount of inclusions running in different directions, little patterns in there, what we've called for a long time the Jardin of the emerald, or Mother Nature's fingerprints. And it is a gemstone for those people who want to be truly individual.
So I managed to find some white zircon here. As you can see, this is incredible. Some of the biggest sizes they have are 8x6. I'm just chilling with these two gentlemen here. This is currently what they are holding. As you can see, they are all around 1 carat stones. And this is the first time in the whole booth I've seen this. As you can see, they have a whole plethora of beautiful different gemstones, aquamarines out there. But this right now in the market here at Tucson is probably around $900 a carat, which is just ludicrous for this pricing. But as we know with blue zircons, and we know what's going on with the market right now, you know, if you want quality, then, you know, you've got to be able to buy it. I'm at one of the biggest and best booths here at Tucson. But the most important thing is that we understand that, first of all, the size they have to offer around 1 carat stones, 8x6s, as you can see here. And the pricing is just ludicrous, but that's something we completely expected. If you're looking to get yourself white zircon, this gemstone has really upgraded itself in the marketplace in the last year, and they're now asking prices that are literally, you know, 3 or 4 times the price they were 2 years ago. So this is a really amazing time to be able to acquire this incredible gem.
So as we drive, as we carve through the mountainside, it's impossible not to stop and drink in this incredible view. You can see this glacial river that follows.
Did you guess it correctly? I said married minerals in the last hour. Really exciting. I've never done an hour like this before, so you're actually here right now with me for the first married minerals ever on Gemcollector, through all the history. This is the first married minerals ever. So welcome. Thank you so much for your lovely company as always. My name's Foxy. I'm here as your GIA gemstone professional today, and this is a decadent selection of married minerals, as you can see. All married minerals in their own very special way, which we can discuss the more intricate, you know, reasons why they're married minerals as you request them, and please do by all means request away through any of the stones in this hour. Send in a message directly to me via gemcollector.com, the Gemporia app, or the free phone number. But I did say at the end of the last hour, what could it possibly mean if I say married minerals? Because, excuse me, apologies, I've just had a lovely new coffee. No, I'm hiccuping. When we're talking about minerals, all gemstones are technically minerals, aren't they? All minerals are these really beautiful, special, natural miracles within the earth that are from elements, literally all the way down to the individual atoms being their own elements, and the elements coming together to make a certain recipe of ingredients that will then, over time, over millions of years of the Earth's crust, under heat, under pressure, they will come together and they will grow and they will crystallise and form into a mineral. And so mineral is very much the generic word that will cover all grounds, right? Once we're then dealing with gemstones, which is what we've got here at Gemcollector, it's a mineral, but it's grown to an even more impressive extent where it's got colour, sometimes it could have clarity, and so on, and that's when we call it the gemstone version, because it can be cut, or it can be polished, or it can be carved as well. But then if it's married minerals, that suggests, you know, as a marriage would, that suggests there's going to be two parts to it, right? And that absolutely is the case. And Teresa Mary in Norfolk, when I asked the question, she messaged in saying, married minerals, is that where one mineral has merged and grown with another mineral? And she's hit the nail on the head, absolutely perfect. Yes, it is. So every single one of the pieces in this hour is not just one gemstone or one gemstone mineral. Every single piece that we have available for you in this hour is at least two. Some of them are actually in a larger scale marriage. I don't know what the technical term for that is, where there might be 3 or 4 separate individual gemstone minerals that have all again grown together in one perfect form, one perfect crystal. So the Sonora Sunrise, as the first example we've got there in this hour, that's technically a chrysocolla, and it's technically a cuprite. 2 separate stones completely. And when I say separate stones, I mean literally to every extent. They have a totally different DNA. They have a totally different list of ingredients. They have a totally different way that they grow in terms of a crystal structure. And that's what makes them so unlikely to be married minerals, because it's not like they're related. It might be a little bit more of a standing chance if we were talking about 2 stones that are from the same family, so they already have similarities anyway. But that's not the case with these. They are separate individual types of gemstone that have grown together as one, and you'll see that with the bicolours through them. And so we're going to jump into the wonderful requests that you've sent in to us. We've got Beverly in Devon, number 5 and 30, Samantha in Shropshire, number 9. My lovely Brent, I'll read your message in just a second. But 5 and 30 we'll go to you first. So 5... Great choice, immediately. So this is a Sonora Sunrise, and this is what I just mentioned, half chrysocolla, which, again, in its own right, is a really exciting type of gemstone, isn't it? It's one of the most expensive opaque stones in the world, known for its real striking strength of blues and greens, these kind of tealy tones, and recognised and highly valued for that reason. Then you've got cuprite, which... totally separate situation. Cuprite's actually not so easy to come across. It's a very exotic, rare mineral, a bit like an axonite or a bit like a sphalerite would be. Really unlikely to come across something like this in the gemstone world. Minerals, maybe so, but gemstone quality, where it produces this striking kind of hot auburn red colour, that's what the goal is. That's what the hope is for your cuprite. And it's formed within a body of chrysocolla as well. So have a little look at this piece. This is the married mineral in question, and it looks beautiful, doesn't it? And you can clearly see where the marriage is. You can clearly see the difference between the 2 parts of the material, because of course the chrysocolla producing that blue and green, that teal, and then the cuprite producing that feisty, hot red and orange that you've got there as well. They really do create a wonderful contrast between the 2 of them. And this is all natural. It's not been treated. It's not been in any which way treated, whether it comes down to maybe pressure. It can, of course, be changed in terms of colour if it was a case of diffusion or something, but that is not the case. This is exactly as it came out of the earth. And this striking piece, 80 carats in weight. If I just lay it down there a second, and we'll zoom in even more so, just to really get a sense of how bold those colours are as they spin round. This is fantastic, isn't it? So this, one-of-a-kind piece, I will say. One-of-a-kind piece. This is the very one that you will actually be getting home. And this very piece... You know what we always do here? We bring you these stones of exotic nature, we bring these stones of beautiful collectability, and then we bring them to you at the unmissable record-breaking prices as well. And given the fact that we're talking about married minerals here today, this isn't just a case of, these are, brilliant savings in comparison to elsewhere. Are stones like this? Do you think you can find them elsewhere? Because we can't even do that, can we? If it was, let's say it was a classic emerald, let's say it was a really, really amazing emerald, I can bring you the most incredible emerald and I can bring it to you at our fantastic best low prices, and then you will also be able to guarantee yourself you could look elsewhere and you could do a like-for-like comparison for another emerald that's also been found with similar qualities and then compare that. But with stones like this, this isn't, even available to be found anywhere else, especially the Sonora Sunrise. This was a very limited, one-off flute discovery in Mexico, where this unlikely marriage of two separate gemstones have come together in one. So this is very much exclusive to us here at Gemcollector. This piece being number 5, as requested by our lovely collector Beverly in Devon. Great choice there, Beverly, thank you. And then number 30 you've also chosen, which is the Montezuma. The Montezuma. I think Beverly was able to fall in love and appreciate a Montezuma that we had in the first hour here today. We had those gorgeous cushion pieces on, so you'll be very much aware of what this is. But this auction brings it to us in another wonderful way of shape and cut. And it's also a duo as well. If I just zoom out a little bit there, I can slip that off and load in number 30. This is a set of 2. So whatever happens, you're going to receive 2 gemstones guaranteed that have purposely been matched together as well if you want to set them into jewellery in the future. And it being married minerals, what are we talking about here? This is part demortierite, the rarest quartz in the world. Rarest quartz in the world. Hardly ever even seen it is that rare, whether it's mineral form or not. Never even seen. It is the single rarest quartz in the world. A quartz that, if you do see it, it's opaque and solid, completely opaque and solid, like a chrysocolla, and it will be blue. That's the the real kind of singing part of it, the rarest colour. Then you've got amethyst, which is also one of the rarest of its kind in the world, the purple version of quartz. This is both of them naturally formed together as a flute discovery. And so blue, purple, both to be celebrated separately, married together in one crossbreed of miracle. And so you get the benefits of both as well by being the blues and purples present in colour. And the clarity, now that is, as always, something that comes and goes depending on the stone in question. But in this particular regard, it is absolutely something that we would not expect. If demortierite, being the blue presence, is normally opaque, and then the amethyst is normally still, heavily included, how on earth has Mother Nature been able to marry them both together and then also give us this distinct clarity here today? These are fantastic, aren't they? And for the set of 2, both being 5mm solitaires, ooh, it's gonna be savvy. It's definitely gonna be savvy, because this... For the set of 2 on your screen right now, look at them. That purple, then suddenly showing flashes of blue. I'd say indigo, and indigos and violets, right? Delightful, decadent, desirable all round, and an unmissable one, especially at £4.99 for the pair. So that's £2.50 a stone. You can't go wrong, really, can you? When we're talking about genuine gemstones, £4.99 for a set of 2 genuine miracles of married minerals. I feel like I'm doing poetry again. I don't mean to do poetry. Sometimes it just happens. Both of them are SI graded in clarity as well, by the way. And like I said, 5mm in perfect round brilliant cut measurement. So easy peasy lemon squeezy if you do want to ever set these in the future. I always say it. It's one of those things, you can buy semi-mounts online, can't you? I'm not a jewellery maker at all, but when I do want to venture into setting my loose stones into jewellery, I'm going to do it in the most efficient way possible, where I don't have to stress about the incredible talents and skills that many jewellery makers need to have. If I haven't got those, if I haven't got that experience in making jewellery, in the more skilled manner, I can still buy a semi-mount instead. I can choose exactly the design of the ring or the pair of earrings or whatever it is I want. I go online, I make sure they're for 5mm solitaires. I'll choose the metal I want, choose the design I want, and it will literally get sent to my house so that it's a ready-made piece of jewellery that you just pop these stones into, and hey presto, you made a piece of jewellery. It's fantastic, isn't it? So those measurements will massively help you. That's number 30 again, thank you to Beverly. Now, number 9 was also requested by our Samantha in Shropshire. Oh, she's gone big. Woo-hoo! She's gone big. Number 9, let's go there next. Brent was then saying, so this was in regards to the dozen red roses that I have on the desk here today. They are from my beloved gentleman, Thomas. whom if you haven't seen him before or met him before, he's my lovely partner. He's a great big, beautiful bear of a man, and today is our anniversary. And I was getting hungry because Satvir said that she'd made a delicious prawn biryani, and I said I haven't eaten yet because I've been told when I get home to be ready for food and drink. And Brent says, things to eat and drink, he says. Sounds to me. I don't know if I can read all of this message. He might be breaking out the... Okay, what can I read? What can I read without being too naughty here? Strawberries and champagne. Whipped cream with the strawberries. Okay, this sounds good. Every day is a good time for that. I can't even read that either. No, I can't read the rest of that. Sorry, I should have proofread that. That was a great message, though, and yeah. That's all I'll say. Can't think at the moment, but what's that one that's half amethyst, half citrine called? Ametrine. So amethyst, citrine, ametrine. Absolutely, that would be a married mineral. I can't even say it now. Married mineral. Hello also to Peter, the Diamond Geezer. He says it looks like a giant chocolate button that you might have with that lovely snore earlier on. Oh, don't. I'm hungry, Peter. I do like chocolate buttons. I do. Beverly says, thank you for these earrings to go with my other stones. Oh, lovely. That's going to be perfect, isn't it, Beverly? That's going to be perfect. Right, number 9, let's do it. So number 9, as I said, Samantha's gone big with this. Talking of married minerals. Whoo-wee. This is the biggest of them all. And again, the most blinking expensive of them all, as you can imagine, down to pure rarity and the quality that these are. Oh, and also, obviously, the most unlikely factor that they've come together in the first place by being married separate minerals, separate gemstones. Ruby. I mean, that one's a world famous one, isn't it? Everyone's heard of rubies. Ruby. Now, we're just talking about ruby. We know they're rare, we know they're expensive, we know that they're blinking precious, in the top 3 most precious stones in the world. If you then have that as an all-rounder for rubies, but then where's the most expensive origin for ruby? The finest rubies ever found? It's Burma, isn't it? Burmese rubies are the finest, brightest, and technically, scientifically speaking, the purest rubies ever discovered as well. In terms of their ingredients and their recipe of elements inside them, they have been scientifically proven again and again and again over the years of research that they are the closest to utter purity for a ruby. Every stone has other inclusions of things that aren't needed in them. Of course they do. But with rubies, most rubies across any other origin, they come in at around about 80 to 85% purity. These rubies go up to 95% purity. So it makes sense as to why they look the best as well. So that's already established. We've got Burmese ruby here. This is 496 carats of Burmese ruby, the Holy Grail. But it's even rarer than any Burmese ruby you could ever have come across before, or I could have ever come across before, because this isn't just Burmese ruby, but it's then naturally married with green zoisite, which I want to just name drop here for a second. Zoisite, it could be the generic name for the mineral of zoisite, which has different members within its family. Zoisite is tanzanite. Tanzanite, the #1 stone in the world for every record-breaking anything. Value, rising demand, fame, precious status, achievements, everything. Tanzanite is blue zoisite. Burma has married together 2 minerals, one being the green version of tanzanite and the other being ruby. So this is technically 2 precious status stones in one, across a scale of size which is mind-boggling. At 496.35 carats, that's 69 mil tall, 35 mil wide. And it is completely and utterly natural. So the red of the ruby has not been heated, it's not been filled, it's not been diffused. The green of the zoisite, again, not been treated whatsoever. This is exactly as Mother Nature has created this material. No treatment necessary. This is one of the most impressive, exotic, married mineral collector's pieces you could ever get your hands on. It's a piece that, quite frankly, belongs in a museum for millions to see. But instead you can have this as the only one in the world. It's so impressive, so unlikely, so rare and highly valued that it has been especially commissioned by a master carver to do their magic. They've carved it into the story, the ancient, important tale of the dragon and the pearl. Have you ever seen anything like it? Have you ever seen anything like this? Bear in mind as well, as Burmese rubies are the purest in the world, and as this piece has not been treated, what does that mean that it will also do? Every single section of this that's ruby will neon glow hot pink. Neon pink. It will fluoresce under UV light. So if you have this in sunlight, if you shine a UV torch on it, all of that section of the red ruby will neon pink fluoresce as well. I cannot even begin to imagine the feeling that you would have if you could own this piece. Now, of course, I totally understand. Especially with pieces like this, it is a big considered purchase. It's supposed to be just under £7,000 to buy this piece. Whatever happens, you have got the option to split the cost 3 ways for no extra charge, and you will always be covered with a 30-day refund guarantee. Okay? So you can literally get this piece home and see this piece for yourself before you've even made your mind up. And it has never been easier. Because getting this piece into your collection today, well, it's 166 on a 3-way split pay, guys. Even just to get it home, to go and get it valued and send it back is worth it. It's absolutely worth it. 166, 499 all in. Here at number 9. Fantastic choice there from Samantha. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for your lovely messages here today. Thank you, thank you. Well, I think, Brent, it's not so much the wider scale. It's more of the in-house slap on the wrist that I would get. I think that, yeah, there's a few different individuals that have different lines to not cross. I don't have any lines, to be honest. Oh dear. He says, I've uncovered a bit of shyness in your character with your unwillingness to read that message. Oh no, I would fully read that message, don't get me wrong. I would fully read that message by all means, but there are definitely individuals, powers that be, that might be watching here today that would not agree in the willingness of me reading out that message, and I don't want to tread on those toes. Right, we have our lovely Jane. She says, hi dear Emily, congratulations on your together anniversary, best wishes, and hello to all. Love and peace to my Gemcollector friends from Jane. Plus, been pearl buying, she says. Ooh, exciting stuff, Jane. Exciting stuff indeed. It might have added a tinge of rosiness to your cheeks, says our lovely Brent. It doesn't mean it belongs to me in the barred category. You're so funny. I promise you, it was a very welcome message. It was a very welcome message. And there was a lot of truth to it, Brent, as well. There is a lot of truth to it, by all means. Right, number 11 is where we're going next in our married minerals here today. Number 11, one chance again only in the world, as you can imagine, especially with pieces like this. Oh, wow. Oh, there's little creatures. There's little creatures and everything. This is gorgeous. So this, number 11, sticking with the married minerals of your Burmese ruby and your zoisite here today. Clear, striking, distinct colour of the red of the ruby and the green of the zoisite, each individually, as they so deserve to be, have been, of course, hand-carved by the masters. They do also have, and it's very cleverly done, so you wouldn't necessarily notice it unless you were looking for it. Each one of these pieces also has a pre-drilled hole through the top of them. So even the Whopper at number 9, there's a pre-drilled hole right through the tip that you could then secure a bail onto if you wanted to wear it as a pendant. Can you imagine that? And they're all exactly the same. So even this one on the screen right now, there is a pre-drilled hole right at the top. So to add to the ease of being able to do that. And I am taking them all instantly down to your giveaway prices to get them into your collection. But remember, it is exclusive to only one in the world. This one, £76 to get it home using your split pay. At number 11 on your screen here. Number 11. Exactly, Brent. Thank you, my lovely, for understanding. It's not at all. No, I'm in full support of the gentleman of the world. I promise you. Right, Nikki, my gorgeous. Number 14. Let's do it. Number 14 again. Burmese. Oh, this is. I do love this. This carving as well. And it's double-sided. They never leave anything out, do they, when it comes to the master carvers. Number 14, I will say as well, just one chance available, my lovely Nikki. So to show you, in fact, let me zoom out a bit more, show you the scale of size of it on the finger. Glorious in its front face value, but I say front like there is a front, there's not. There is literally all the way round a feast for the eyes with this, and it's got a lovely thickness to it as well. Zooming back in, definitely taken over with that real intensity of the beautiful ruby red. And here, with only one available, this is the very one that you'll be getting home. It's actually a cheeky extra squeeze sale price on this one, taking it down to under £50. Under £50 for you as well. Very good luck to you there. Thank you, Nikki. Number 22, also your request. Now, do you remember I said... Do you remember I said, so it's married minerals, which would suggest, of course, 2 separate gemstones, 2 separate minerals coming together as one. But in some extra rare examples, there might be even more. This, carved into the 9-tailed fox as well, which obviously I'm going to be obsessed with. This has got a whole host of different colours associated usually under different mineral names within one piece here today. There is a white quartz, there is the purple of the amethyst, and there is the red into the citrine delight. And all naturally formed as one giant individual crystal across the rainbow of colours that you've got here today, then carved into the 9-tailed fox, this wonderful fantasy mystical creature that we've got here. I love it. And yeah, you can even see the pre-drilled hole at the top. They're also able to make it into a pendant very, very easily. This piece, doing it again, £1,513. Previously on with us here at Gemcollector, taken down to $399. I am not going to stop there. I am not going to stop there whatsoever today. To get this piece home, brand new low coming in. Ultimate reduction, ultimate savings and crash, making this piece just $129 instead. That's number 22 for our lovely Nikki. No, I'm not going to stop for a bite on the way home, Brent, not at all. I will return, and I have full faith there will be things for me to consume. Ametrine, yeah, I think we might have missed each other earlier. As soon as I read your message, I was like, amethyst and citrine? It's ametrine. Love it. I've got a couple myself in my collection. I love that stone. This one, number 22, got a bit of ametrine actually going on in this, from the purple into the red and orange, and then into the white as well. Nice concoction of those lovely colours. Thank you to Nikki for the request on this piece. And actually, with the... I've got to show you this. Where is it? Number 25. Here it is. Number 25. Natural quartz. The way that the patterns are delivered through this one, naturally, is amazing. Amazing. So 25, just getting those graphics to come in. As you can imagine, with stones of this nature, they are always going to be literally one of a kind. Look at this. Now, what do you think we've got in here, guys? What do you think we have got in here? What are we looking at? Because it's been left, by all means, as its kind of overall mothership name of being a quartz, which is correct. It is absolutely correct. But let's break it down. What have we got inside this piece? The purple, firstly, being from the quartz family, if it's purple, we're looking at amethyst, aren't we? We are definitely looking at amethyst. I love the way that the amethyst, once again, has got these subtle patterns zoned throughout it. But this is married minerals, so there's something else that's not ever expected to be inside this stone that is actually present. Another mineral married within it. And the first clue is the fact that it is taken, it's a completely different formation, completely different structure, completely different size, completely different shape of its natural form. We're looking at an amethyst that's filled to the brim with what looks like shooting stars. These needles that are bright red and copper in colour. What is that? Because that's not an amethyst, is it? What that is needles. Fascinating needles. A combination of, if we were to experience some other pieces from the Brazilian location, rutile is what we may have experienced in the past. But also, what's usually only ever found from the Moroccan material could possibly be needles of hematite in there as well. But the reason that we're leaning towards rutile in this is because, one, hematite would only normally be found in a different part of the world. Two, the hematite needles are usually far, far smaller. You'd have to go a lot closer, usually under a microscope as well, to see them. So this, being the part of the world that it comes from, we know it's come from Brazil, and given the size of them, the quantity of them, and the striking hot copper colour that they have, this is clearly rutile, and rutile is its own form. It's its own gemstone that can't normally be owned on its own unless found inside another stone. And we've been lucky enough to see it formed inside quartz from Brazil before, but they've never, ever been purple. They've been the classic white, colourless quartz, haven't they? So this is a really limited edition, one only in the world piece, where it's rutile found inside an amethyst. True magic, true rarity through and through. And so if you check this piece out right now, this piece is the piece that you will indeed be getting home. How exciting is that? The very piece in question. £19.99 to boot as well. 99, bearing in mind it's 2.45 carats. The reality of it is, outside of Gemcollector, you wouldn't be able to get a 2-carat classic amethyst for that, with this quality colour. Being, again, natural, it's not been heated, so just talking about the amethyst, that's already a bargain, but this has got so much more to bring to the table as well. It's number 25 for this very piece. Number 25. Now, also staying within the wonderful relation of rutile inside, in this case, an amethyst. Shall we see some more of it? I've got for you, literally right next door, and this has always been one of my absolute favourite gemstones. It's just, you know, when a stone speaks to you and you have that instant connection with it and you instantly are attracted to it and you love it. Rutile inside a quartz It's exciting in so many ways. A quartz is brilliant, rutile is fantastic. Again, rutile is a stone that cannot be owned on its own unless it's found inside another stone because of its natural form being needles. How on earth are we supposed to take any of the... You can see the beautiful minerals that we have here in the studio behind me, these nice big chunks, right? These nice big chunks. Regardless of what the type of stone is, if it stands a chance of growing in a nice big chunk of a piece of mineral, a piece of crystal, then we are in some way, shape or form going to be able to at least cut away some of it and then cut it, polish it, cabochon it, whatever, and wear it in a piece of jewellery. But we can't even get through the front door of that scenario of wanting to cut it down and wear it in jewellery if within its nature it only forms as thick as... Can you see that? One strand of hair. No, there's no way you're going to be able to see. Do you know what? Just for the purpose of the conversation, there it is. My singular strand of hair. That is what you're talking about. I've literally got my head stuck to the desk. That is what we're talking about. A single strand of hair, as they actually call it, the Venus hair, funnily enough, which is why this is a very accurate thing that I'm doing right now. Believe it or not. A single strand of hair, the Venus hair, that is how a piece of rough rutile would look. Can we take this needle, this single strand of Venus hair, can we take this and can we then please cut it and polish it? Can we then please extract it? I'll take my hair back up now. Can we then please extract it and try and wear it in a piece of jewellery? Obviously not, right? Obviously not, it's not going to happen. And so only in this wonderful location, it's naturally grown inside a quartz, and so the quartz, special in its own right, it's hosting it for us. It's like you've got something really special in a museum, and you go into the museum, and they've got these fancy kind of glass cabinets with all the lights and everything, and that glass cabinet is holding it. That glass cabinet is maybe spinning it around. That glass cabinet is protecting it as well. It's like the quartz, in its own wonderful, magical way, is taking this very special needle of rutile and it's hosting it and protecting it for us and allowing us to then be able to do what we'd never be able to do. We can wear it. We can literally enjoy it. And so I've always loved rutile found inside quartz for that manner. But as you can imagine also, because it's a single hairline needle, some of them might have one. Some of them might have 1,000 of them. They're all going to have different quantities. They can slightly vary in colour as well, from like a silverish platinum colour through to golds and then through to copper hues. There's always going to be this really striking beauty of them. And what I've got for you here, so number 26, 27 and 28, these are rutile quartz. This is it. This is rutile found inside a quartz. But I've solely focused for you, and I know this is me being really cheeky and really naughty if management are watching, I'm sorry, but this is purely for your benefit at home, guys, as collectors. I've solely focused on literally these 3 auctions specifically because, one, they are the biggest in the vault, so they are biggest in terms of carat weight. They are the most packed out with rutile, so they don't just have one needle inside them. Each one of these that I'm going to bring to you has got like hundreds, if not thousands, of rutiles, which is obviously even better. And then, and this is where the cheeky bit comes in, I've purposely only brought on these 3 because these are the oldest pieces in terms of how long we've had them at Gemporia. So because of that, it means they're going to be the most affordable. And the reason I say that is because if I'd have brought to you the same stones that were newer stock, so pieces that we'd only, let's say they were only mined a year ago or something, they're going to be newer in terms of discovery. They're also going to be newer in terms of the more up-to-date valuation, which means our cost price is going to be the newer, elevated, higher risen value. And so then I'm going to bring you this piece, for example, 20 carats, starts at 220 quid because we purchased this as a huge auction, a huge purchase auction from the mine 15 years ago. So 15 years ago, it was worth 220 quid. The same stone now, I'd be starting at £2,500 for the same stone, because 15 years in time has done that to the value of them. They're super, super rare. They've gone up in value, as you can imagine. They're harder to find. And so I could have chosen to bring you the one that was £2,500, Or I could choose to bring you one that, just because it was found 15 years ago, is 200 quid instead. They're both the same thing. Do you see what I mean? This is why I've been cheeky. Sorry, managers. But it's for your benefit, because it means I can bring it into a price that's 15 years out of date as well. So this is the last of them, I will stress. Many of them, because it was such a huge bulk purchase from the mine 15 years ago, most of these stones, they actually were sat in our vault in Jaipur until about 5 years ago. So they haven't been here in the studio with me for that long. They were sat either still in rough, not cut and polished yet, or they had been cut and polished, but again, still locked away in the vault in Jaipur. They've only more recently then been sent over one by one to us here in the studios in the vault of the UK. But once a stone's booked in, it doesn't matter what year it was, it's booked in to the system with the current price and valuation of the time it was booked in. Doesn't matter how long passes. So this is so out of date, it cannot be replaced anymore. For anywhere near what we're looking at right now. It could literally sell for £220 right now, and whoever is the one that purchased this has got themselves an absolute bargain at £200. But I am going to go lower. And you might have noticed this one also says cat's eye. Haven't mentioned that, have I? That's an extra special thing about the situation, guys. How do you get a cat's eye? How do you get this strike of light down the centre of the stone that this gemstone is showing to us? How do we get that? How does any stone possess a cat's eye? Because a cat's eye is a natural phenomenon, just like colour change, just like play of colour, just like a star asterism. A cat's eye is one of 4 natural phenomena of the gemstone world. And, of course, it therefore increases rarity again. So what you've got here is a full house of wow factor. We have got rutile, we have got quartz, we have got married together those both individual minerals by miracle, and then all of those rutiles have grown in the same direction. Now that's not part of what we would be discussing with rutile inside quartz, but this piece has got it as an additional miracle. By all of those rutiles going in the same direction, it creates that strike of light, cat's eye effect, that we're seeing here today. And it increases rarity and value once again. This, I've only got 2 of them left in the world, and like I said, I can replace them. I can. I'm not going to just stand here and say that I can't. I absolutely can replace them. But you will. You will, for the same stone that we're looking at here, for this carat weight and for the cat's eye obviously included, £2,500 start price. That's the reality. So if you're happy to absorb and pay a lot more, then that's fine. You can wait. This is the last 2 in the world from the parcel that we secured 15 years ago. Once they're gone, they are gone. 16 millimetres in diameter, over 20 carats in weight. Rutile in those needles, but in their masses, once again. And then you've got the added benefit of the cat's eye, strike of light, running all the way through it as well. This is utterly unmissable, and it would be, in terms of, people always come to me and say, what's your recommendation, in many different regards. What's your recommendation for this type of stone? What's your recommendation for origin? What's the recommendation for the most urgent stone to get before it's too late? What's the recommendation for the most unmissable auction you have in the vault for the best value for money that cannot be replaced? It's this. It is 125 million% this. Because for just 2 available, and you know how it is here, one person can come in and check out both of these and that's the end of it. With just 2 available in the world, £29.99. I I keep fighting with an angel and a devil. It's like, this is so good, but this is so bad. And then with just 2 other auctions, number 27 and number 28, and this is it. This is it. And then they're gone. Number 27 is this piece, again delivering a cat's eye. 16.21 carats. Look at that strike of light, my goodness me. And that's here in the studio as well. We know with any kind of cat's eye or star asterism, one light source is the best way to see them when it brings it out. This is still with all the lights on here in the studio. If I was to turn all the lights off and just shine one light, it would get even stronger as it bursts out of the stone. This piece, I've got 3 available in the world, and so whipping it in an instant for you, down to your deal of £19.99 on this. Look at her go, look, it's like electricity. It's literally, it whizzes straight across every single one of those retail strands, right? Absolutely fantastic. 3 available, £19.99 to get one of those 3 pieces into your collection before they are gone. Before they are gone, and the next time you see anything like this, that is the same material, same grade, same quality, same location of the earth, exactly the same in every which way, but simply just time is the only thing that's changed. It will be thousands of pounds, retail price. Here with us, once I'm done with it and I've crashed the price down, it's going to be about £100. So exclusively just for those last few pieces. That one's number 27, and then 28, the final one. Now this. Okay, average is 21 carats, so you might receive up to 23. No, just over 22. Bit of free carat weight to go for that as well. Oh, and there we go. So this is the classic rutile quartz. So there's not a cat's eye in the conversation with this piece. It is simply the purity, simply the miracle of having, again, 2 minerals formed in one, a marriage of rutile, the needle-like crystal of rutile, naturally grown in mass inside this wonderful piece of quartz here today. And it always is a feast for the eyes, isn't it? This piece, whipping it on down for you, lowest price ever as well. Lowest price ever, completely natural, certified for free, as you know. You got a 30-day refund guarantee, so it's definitely a brilliant chance to be able to see these. And this one's £14.99 for you here in this hour. I have to say good luck, because we are running out of time in this hour before it all disappears. And then everything in this hour will be gone. Now, in terms of married minerals, the maximum amount of minerals in one stone, the celebration here, as the marriage suggests, would be 2 separate minerals, 2 separate stones in one. But in the selection, the piece that has the most individual separate minerals in one is this. This is aquadite. So this, instead of it being, we've got the ruby and the zoisite, we've got the rutile and the quartz, we could talk about the amethyst and the citrine. This aquadite, it's a cocktail. It's like there's no specific number because every piece is different, but even if you think on the baseline, each piece will have chalcedony, each piece will have malachite, each piece will have chrysocolla, chalcedony, malachite, chrysocolla, spinel in there as well, and then some sort of quartz, most of the time in a version of citrine. So that's automatically 4 or 5, and then some of them, the reason why it's not limited to 4 or 5 is because some of them can have up to 7 or 8. This is more than a marriage, this is a party. This is a lot of individual genuine minerals and gemstones that have grown together. Oh, and then you get the big, beautiful chunks of copper in there as well, which you can see sparkling away as the light catches it. My fingers are definitely in the way. There we go. Can you see? Look! Let me zoom in. Look at the big chunks of pure copper in there. And a proper feast for the eyes. So this is Aquadite, 20 by 20 millimetre piece as well, so it's a huge size. And I've got to whip it down in an instant before this disappears, because there's literally 2 minutes left to check out here today, in this hour anyway, before all of these stones disappear. 2 minutes left to check out before everything is gone. This one, £43 on a three-way split to get this home at number 15 on your screen. From number 15, I'm going to squeeze in number 16, the lapis lazuli. So what's the marriage going on in here? Whoa, that is a strike of blue. Lapis lazuli, another ancient stone in history, isn't it? Another stone in that discussion, like we had the wonderful discussion of the turquoise history with the ancient Aztecs earlier on. This is another stone dating back thousands of years, traded in the Middle East since 4000 BC. It's fantastic, isn't it? This is material famously adored by Cleopatra, as well as many others. And this striking beauty that we've got here today is one of the finest pieces. It's known as the Quad A in terms of grade. How do we know that it's the Quad A? Because one, it's natural. It can't go on the grading system of lapis lazuli if it's not natural, which limits it massively, because most lapis lazuli are dyed. That's completely common. Most of them are dyed. This is not dyed, so straight away it can go on the grading scale. If it looked more like the other side of this, this would be a AA grade. So an A grade would have hardly any blue at all. A AA will start to show you those lovely veins of the striking bold blue. A AAA would then have around 50% or more of the body. And then a Quad A would have a section that is completely covered in that striking blue. So this is a Quad A of your lapis lazuli. And the marriage lies in the golden nuggets that you're getting through it, which are a separate mineral, technically, which is pyrite. Often confused for being gold. It is a genuine gemstone. It is, its own mineral form, a rock, if you like, that looks like gold. It has that same metallic shimmer and colour as well. And so nuggets of pyrite naturally formed within this lovely crystal of your lapis lazuli makes it the marriage of these minerals. And this piece, one-of-a-kind piece, Quad A, so highest grade you can imagine, and hand-carved, as you can see here, into a very fitting way to represent its history. This, under £60 here for you today. Under £60 for you to get this piece home. And then before everything disappears, just got a moment left to check out in this hour. Before everything disappears, I'm going to squeeze in number 17, which is also lapis lazuli, and this one's been inlaid with other gemstones of jasper and mother of pearl. And this one's now down to £14.99 for you. It's pre-drilled all the way through, so it's nice and easy to set it into jewellery as well, with just 2 available there at number 17. I'm going to leave that live for you just for a few seconds before it all disappears. Claire in Hampshire is here. Hello, evening, Foxy. Not much to report here, but love from Claire. Lots of love, Claire. Hope you're well, my darling. Great to have you with us as always. Now, as we are out of time in this hour, I've got one final selection of gemstone treasures to bring on for you here today. And as the graphics have just changed over, you might have spotted, it is the Glacier Spectrum. So we're going to be seeing some icy coloured stones. We're going to be seeing some glorious, genuine gemstones from whites through to those fantastic, almost sky ice blues, and even down into the deeper, darker blues as well. All to be enjoyed coming up just after this.
Here with John Dunstan, who's one of the best and longest running miners here in Coober Pedy. And I just wanted to ask you your opinion on what you've witnessed over the years and what's actually happening right now in the industry, in the market for the fine opals out of Coober Pedy.
Well, through my years of mining, 50 odd years, there's always been, the market's always fluctuated. Every few years there's certain grades of opal you couldn't sell properly or couldn't get a good price for. But the last 6 years or 7 years, it's just been completely out of the norm. The prices just keep going up and up and up, and that's because of the production.
Production's down. You were telling me earlier that you've had this surge of demand from Asia, from North America, and those guys, they're just buying up everything across all the grades.
Yep.
The price is going up, and you personally don't foresee it coming down, do you?
No, it'll never come down. No, because there's not enough miners left to find the opal, and we're only producing probably 4 or 5 million a year, compared to 40 to 60 million back in the 70s.
You were telling me, which is surprising, I've never heard this from any other kind of mine. You have phone calls daily asking for all the grades of opals, and yet they're willing to just give you money.
Some of them want to advance me money in up front, just in case I find opal. And I said, I don't work that way.
No.
When I've got it, I'll sell it to you. But when I'm not going to take your money.
And John was saying as well that if he was lucky enough to strike a pocket, $1 million, it'd be gone in a matter of days.
Yep. I've got orders for $1 million.
This is probably one of them now.
Yeah, it could be.
So there you go, guys. This is what we're talking about. This is exactly how rare this type of opal is, and how the price has rocketed across all the grades. So when you see your Cooper PD opal, when you see your fine opal, make sure to get it.
Sapphire always feels like it gets a mention. It's one of the big three. But what was really surprising is we weren't talking about the big gemstones, we're talking about a shortage in the smaller stones. Can you help us understand that a bit better?
Yeah, correct. So with the cost of, I think, things in the supply chain in general going up, there's a pretty low supply of sapphires in general, but when we talk about Melly, really, it's this idea that the cost to cut the goods that small aren't necessarily worth it for the price that they're selling for. So there's a definite shortage in the chain there.
It is believed that around 20% of the world's supply of sapphire is found here in the beautiful lands of Ilakaka, Madagascar.
The first thing you notice when arriving here is just how many different mining sites there are. Most of the miners work in small teams and set up a location to find that first sapphire.
They're going to go down 13 metres, and then they can, if they find sapphire straight away, they'll tunnel up to 200 metres. That's a long, long way down. And many of the gents around here, the guys 8 years ago, would have been farming. They would have been working the land to try and live off the land. But now with the mining, 1 or 2 sapphires a week will be enough to give them a good lifestyle, probably 3 times better than if they were actually farming. And in this area, they've had some good finds recently, and it looks a lot of hard work.
One of the miners actually handed me a shovel to see if I could cope with the hard work of digging a mine shaft. Needless to say, after 10 minutes of digging, I decided to leave it to the professionals.
Too late. Within 2 to 3 days, you'll be 13 metres below the surface. 13 metres in 2 to 3 days. And then if they find the sapphire in the seam, they will go outwards up to 200 metres. That's a long way down. And as you can tell, I'm out of breath.
After they've collected the rough from the mine shafts, it's then washed in the water to make it easier to find the sapphires.
To get the water from it out of the ground, they've had to tunnel by hand down 30 metres. 30 metres for the water. And the water is there to actually cleanse through the rough to see if they've found any gems. Is it Nirano? No? Well, they haven't actually found anything yet today. A little bit of quartz, but no sapphires yet today.
Super interesting, because what's taking place in Ethiopia right now, we talked about that incredible Wollo province discovery where those incredible opals changed the market. We talked about how difficult that's become now. Well, this is the reality. If you just come over here, the opals that are coming out now, although they have the incredible play of colour that the material is famous for and that transparency, they're extremely porous. They have to stay wet. They don't have stabilised colour, which is, and they're still very expensive for that good rainbow colour. But moving forward, anyone who has that natural material that holds that colour forever, well, that material has gone through the roof, and we won't be seeing it on the channel anytime soon, because it is legacy material. guys, I am here at the museum exhibition, essentially the unveiling of the world's most incredible peridot. And I'm joined by Pierre Tonner, who is the Executive Director of Fuli Gemstones. And something really exciting has just taken hold. We're talking about, how this is the biggest known source of peridot in the world. But that isn't the most exciting feature about this material, is it, Pierre?
No.
We were just talking about the dispersion, because I was like, these are like green diamonds.
They are like green diamonds, and there's a reason for that. Not only are they formed in the same area as diamond in the mantra, all other gemstones are formed in the upper crust. Yeah. So 2 gemstones formed down there. They're pushed up by volcanic action. And what's amazing, they have really high refraction, which makes them really intensely sparkle. And even though colour gemstones, as you go down smaller and smaller, you do lose saturation. But in this particular gemstone, you lose none of the sparkle. Yeah. So if you look down to the smaller ones, they look just like diamonds.
Yeah, and you've got the 3 distinct colour grades here.
Yeah.
And I love the grading that's being done here, so everyone can really understand what makes this material so special. But as you were saying,
I'm going to interrupt that, VT, and jump straight back in with you. This is our grand finale hour of the day, and there is the Glacier Spectrum. So if you've rummaged already, you'll know what I'm talking about, right? We've got number 1 all the way down to number 30, so 30 pieces to choose from in this hour. And don't forget, it's your choices that are completely going to conduct this hour. You send me in a message and let me know how you are, let me know what you'd like to see in this wonderful selection of stones, and as I see your message on my computer screen here, I will then be able to bring on exactly the pieces that you choose. But I've got to start with number 1. This is the one that doesn't necessarily fit into the Glacier Spectrum as the theme of the hour is. As you can imagine, it's all anything from icy white to icy sky blues, all the way through to even the darker blues. So that's the feature and the selection in this hour. But number 1 is not in that colour palette. It does not necessarily fit in, and that's because it is the deal of the day. It is the spotlight stone of the day. It is something that it could appear in any theme whatsoever. It doesn't matter. It's just going to stand out, isn't it? It is a Tsavorite garnet, guys. These are so hard to come across, and they are, without shadow of a doubt, a very, very exciting gemstone for any collector to strive to get their hands on. And I say strive as in it's a goal, because it absolutely is. Anyone can, by all means, know of garnet and hear of garnet. They're a world famous stone. They're in the top 12 gemstones of all time across the planet. So you have to, if you're a collector, you have to own a garnet. It's an essential, right? It's a birthstone of January. Again, it's in the top 12 of the most legendary essential stones on the planet and through history. But then there's owning a garnet, and then there's owning the rarest garnet in the world. And that's a whole different situation, isn't it? We know that from the amazing and very broad garnet family that it is, we know that the ultimate rarities are the ones that fit into the family, if you like, or the subspecies category of either grossular or andradite garnet. So andradite garnet is what we then refer to as demantoid, or grossular is, in its rarest form, the Tsavorite garnet. These are the 2 rarest in terms of subspecies, so I'm referring to their chemical composition and their formation. Straight away, ultimate rarity. But then, in a separate conversation, what's the rarest colour for garnet to ever be? We all know it to be red. Opposite to that, as you can imagine, is going to be the most unlikely, and it is greens and blues. And so Tsavorite garnet, the piece that I've got for you here today, is both grossular in type and it is green in colour. This is the reason why it is the ultimate thing to strive for. And I say that very clearly because the reality of it is most of us would never, ever, ever be able to own one of these. And I know that sounds like I'm putting all of us down in terms of, the powers that we have. But I've been in this industry I've been here at Gemcollector for 10 years and within the industry and obsessed as a collector for many, many years even before that. And the reality is, without Gemcollector and Gemporia, we wouldn't be able to necessarily own this. You'd have to be probably in the industry yourself, or you'd have to have very, very deep pockets where you can go to a gemstone professional and say, look, I want one of these, can you find one for me? They would then use their connections and their resources to try and hunt one down, and then if they can find one for you, you're going to be paying the real prices for them as well. These are stones that can be literally up to $10,000 per carat. $10,000 per carat. We're talking about some of the most expensive stones in the world, and quite rightly so, again, because not only are they rare, but they're incredibly beautiful as well. So I've got Tsavorite Garnet. I'm super excited to have this Tsavorite Garnet here available for you to actually own. You can achieve it. Then forget, you know, dreaming, forget striving, forget hunting and hoping. You can actually tick it off your list and have that achievement by the end of the next couple of minutes, right? You can do it. And what is really, really then exciting about this piece, and I'm just going to get it, comes in a nice little pot, of course, but if I take that out and show this to you, this is also honing in to something else that is even better, because owning a Tsavorite Garnet, as I've mentioned, is the goal. Didn't mention grade, did I? Didn't mention grade at all. You can tick it off your list, and you could be very proud to tick it off your list if you owned it in any size, with any quality, any version of colour, from delicate, pale, even dull and, you know, not necessarily warm and vibrant. It could be, in terms of clarity, it could be heavily included to almost opaque and solid. It could be a piece of rough or a bead grade. But if it's a Tsavorite Garnet, still counts, still counts. This piece. This is the highest graded Tsavorite Garnet parcel we've ever had here at Gemcollector. It literally is the highest graded Tsavorite Garnet that you can get your hands on as a dream, full stop. Because it's not pale, it's not heavily included, it's not bead quality. I've got for you a solitaire of the best possible dream status. This, look at it! This is a garnet, guys. This is the stone that we dream of in the grade that we absolutely dream of to boot. We are looking at the green of the Tsavorite Garnet world that then also just so happens to be medium to medium dark in tone of colour, so it's definitely not pale, and then vivid in its saturation to boot, and that's just talking about the colour. If then clarity comes into the conversation, clarity can impact how much light gets into the stone and therefore how much it will illuminate and bring you brilliance and sparkle. Would you say that this is on my finger right now? Would you say this is sparkling? Would you say that this is giving us some sort of twinkle? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. And that is your very clear evidence that the clarity is also of the top tier design. The top tier desire all of us absolutely will have. This piece is SI graded in clarity, meaning it is eye clean. You look at this up close and personal, and you're not going to see any big standout inclusions in the way or stopping the beauty coming out to play. It is eye clean across its entire body to enable all of its natural beauty to really stand out. This is number one, and this is your spotlight stone here today. She's 5 mil tall, 4 mil wide. And as far as solitaires go, across any gemstone, that's a perfect size solitaire, isn't it? 5 by 4 mil. If you think the average of any gemstone, we could be talking about diamonds, we could be talking about rubies, emeralds, or anything else. The average is usually 3 to 4 millimeters, so this is already surpassing it. But then again, we're reminding ourselves of what we're actually dealing with here, being a Tsavorite. This is a huge stone for a Tsavorite of this grade. You'd be looking for hunting this grade in particular, you'd have to accept the fact that you're more likely to come across a solitaire of an average kind of weight of about 5 to 10 points. This piece is guaranteed to be 20 points and obviously could go up even more so. And obviously because it's 5 by 4 mil, you know the measurement and how it's going to front face appear instantly as well. From the colour, to the clarity, and a stone that is often compared to emeralds, understandably. Why wouldn't they be? Emeralds are the most famous green stone on the planet and very expensive, very rare in their own right. But this stone, you know, putting rarity to one side for a second, if you want a green gemstone, emeralds, this legend that everybody loves, can they sparkle like this? Never. Never in a million years. They're type 3 gemstones. So this stone has more sparkle. This stone has more crystal, more brilliance, more performance of light. What about colour? Just with any stone, emeralds can be light to dark. They can be all sorts of different versions of greenery. This is that perfect, intense, rich and yet still warm with a pizzazz of a neon spark of green that emeralds, again, would never be able to deliver. So even just like for like in comparison of appearance, the Tsavorite garnet wins every day of the week. But then when we do also factor in the conversation of rarity, emeralds are rare. Of course they are. This stone, though, over 10,000 times rarer than any emerald you could possibly talk about. This is why everyone wants it. This is why some of the biggest luxury designer houses, I'm talking the designers out there in Fifth Avenue, New York, that will create a stunning piece of jewellery. They'll craft, hand make a piece of jewellery, and they will strive to put stones like this in them. And it has occurred. That's most of the time the only places you'll ever be able to actually find and own genuine Tsavorite garnet is if you go to those big New York Fifth Avenue kind of boutiques. But how much do you think you'll be paying for a Tsavorite garnet in their jewellery? Start prices are usually around about $40,000, and they go into the hundreds of thousands of dollars for those designs, all focusing on a stone like this. So you can see why we're all very excited to have this stone here with us today, and you can see why this is deserving, 100%, this is deserving of being the spotlight stone of the day. And I'm going to make it as easy as possible for you to get this piece home. With the intense saturation, that wonderful medium to medium dark tone, giving the perfect colour. If it was lighter, obviously it's not going to be as rare, but it's also then not going to give us this wonderful pizzazz of warmth in the palette. It's not going to deliver the tropical rainforest kind of hues that we want to see. And especially, again, talking of rarity, we know that that's the case. It was first discovered in Tanzania and then adjacent to the Tsavo National Park in Kenya, which is where this is from. All of those are, again, considered to be no more. They're considered to be impossible to get any more material from them. And so they are reserved solely for only the most experienced collectors that you could possibly dream of to even have access to. And you are one of those collectors. I hope you realise this. You have that access right here, right now. But I've got to stress, it's only this auction. I don't have, another 20 auctions out back that I've reserved for another day. That is not the case. This is never going to be possible. I've been here 10 years, and this is the only time I've ever auctioned a Tsavorite garnet of this grade. I've brought you pieces before. They've been slightly paler, or some of them, to be fair, some of them I brought to you in the past, they've been a little bit bigger. But they were bigger, brilliant. They were paler, and then they were heavily included. It's just, part and parcel with it. Do you fancy owning Tsavorite, the rarest garnet in the world, a stone 10,000 times rarer than an emerald, a stone that sells for tens of thousands of dollars anywhere else you can find it? Do you fancy owning it at the highest grade we've ever had, and then not having to pay anywhere near what other people always would? Don't forget, it's going to come with a free certificate as well when you get this piece home. So all of that there for your documents. Some of you guys, I know you buy the stones from us and you sell them straight on. Some of you guys buy the stones from us and you set them into jewellery and you sell them on for your business. And some of you are like me, you get them home and you enjoy them for your own collection, your legacy collection. Whichever way you're coming about this, this is the one and only chance to absolutely make the most of it. You're always covered with a 30-day refund guarantee as well, so do not fear. If you've never seen something like this in the flesh, you can do exactly that, and you are covered to still send it back to us. But you're going to really want to make sure that you're in on this. If you've already come on through, congratulations to you. Everyone pays the final low price. If you have not got this yet, this is your spotlight deal. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 60 seconds to get your fingers on the buzzers. I'm going to give you 60 seconds. If you're using the telephone line to check out, to pick up that phone, 0333 005 8888. If you're watching on the website, gemcollector.com, or the Gemporia app, you have got now, well, we're approaching nearly 30 seconds left to get yourself ready. Because the second I do this final price crash, that is your moment to pounce. And everyone else will be pouncing at the same time. Okay, this is why I'm giving you the biggest heads up that I can. There's now 20 seconds left before it is revealed as to how low we are going to take this piece. The highest graded Savorite garnet we have ever brought to you in hue, tone, saturation, and in clarity that is completely and utterly natural. This is the creme de la creme. This is the material that we all strive to get our hands on, but forget about dreaming, because today's the day where we can make the most of it and actually own this material from the grossular species of the garnet family. That alone is ultimate rarity, but it's the Savorite legacy that through and through is talked about, it's read about, it's, oh goodness me, there's articles all over the place. If you have a little look, whenever you get a chance, go online, do your research, see the different articles talking about Savorite garnet. There's many articles that you'll see headlining Savorite garnet. The emerald's rival is one of the things that people often discuss, and again, quite rightly so, because of that immediate comparison of being a green gemstone of rarity, right? Both of them being high-level precious status, both of them being in the top 12 collectors' materials in history. But this stone wins every single time through and through, which is why you have the big design houses. It's why you have the ultimate level of history of people desiring and looking for it. I was going to try and find you actually some of the examples of the history of this gemstone, and again of the articles that you can find online. Always have a little mooch, especially with stones like this, because it will always play to your advantage, especially when you're getting discounts like we've got here today. For example, if I just click, bear with me, my computer's doing something. No, yeah, open, sesame. Here we go. If I press this button, sometimes technology actually works for me. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Here we go. So the Rare Gemstone Company unveils study on growing US demand for Savorite, the green gemstone outshining emerald. Now there's loads of different things I can show you here, and I won't stick on all of it, but again, this is a classic example of how everyone is comparing it to emeralds. Emeralds have always dominated the industry for the green gemstones. They are, of course, absolutely iconic. But in the luxury boutiques and the private collector circles, Savorite garnet, which was once a hidden secret, if you like, in the treasures of the gemstone world, is rapidly emerging as the gemstone that not only rivals the emerald, but in the eyes of many, it surpasses it through and through. And then going back to the New York boutiques, Savorite is what an emerald always wanted to be, says one of the New York jewelers there. Cleaner colour, brighter sparkle, and far greater stability. For modern jewellery, it's simply a better stone. And again, through and through, that is the conversation that people are always reporting about. People are always talking about in that direct comparison. You've even got a significant, tougher durability on the Mohs scale. So if you want to wear something like this in jewellery, if you want to wear this and have this as, let's say, it's an engagement ring, again, emeralds are, of course, a very luxurious and beautiful choice for that, and I myself would not say no to one. But practicality terms, this stone is rarer, this stone is sparklier, this stone is then even tougher as well for everyday wear. And it's not going unnoticed. It's really, really not. It's another article here, the Rappaport. From Mandarin to Savorite, why garnets are trading high. The rarity and diversity of this colourful gemstone family means that fine examples, so the finest quality of these stones, are spiking in value. Garnet's appeal is expanding more as people discover its diversity. Garnets have really come a long way, says Vlad Yavosky. You might have heard that name before. He is one of the kings of the luxury gemstone and jewellery world. Vlad Yavosky, have you ever heard of Ivy New York? Ivy, New York. Again, Fifth Avenue traders, Fifth Avenue designs. Ivy, New York, Vladivoski leading the way with that. Always been leading the way with the market of the finest coloured gemstones you could imagine. Literally, we're talking tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for a piece of their jewellery. And Vladivoski himself stating it's all about the garnet, 100%. From Mandarin to Savorite. Savorite remains consistently popular, though fine quality stones above 1 carat extremely scarce. Since 2020, both prices and demand have risen dramatically. Also now with the Asian markets favouring the deeper green tones, as well as the Americans preferring the vivid. So that's another reason as to why this is such a perfect example, because you look back at this piece we've got here for you today. This is perfect for both, isn't it? If the Americans are all wanting to buy up the world's supply of the vivid colour, this is the medium to medium dark tone. So the vivid would usually be the medium. And then the Asian market all want to buy up the dark tone. So between the two of them, that's the world's supply being dominated and bought up for leaving nothing else left for the rest of us. And that all falls within the qualities of this very piece that we have here today. All falls within the very piece that we have here today for you, with quality from colour, also again to clarity. You really, really cannot go wrong. If you have already got one of these, a massive congratulations. Fill your boots, because once these are gone, they are gone. Our lovely Brent says, with a stone as scarce as this Savorite specimen is, if you're able to secure it, you best savour it. Savvy? Is that just me, or is that like Captain Jack Sparrow? Savvy. Why has the rum always gone? Absolutely, I agree with you there, my lovely. Well done across the board. Now, of course, we've got many treasures to enjoy in the Glacier selection of stones of colour here. This was our big spotlight piece that many of you are making the most of. And again, you can have as many of these pieces as you like. There's no limit whatsoever until they've either sold out in what we have available in physical quantity, or until the hour comes to an end. That is the only thing you're up against there. So defo, good luck to you. And loads of you multi-bidding. I've noticed quite a few of you checking out 2s and 3s in quantity. So well done, I will say. Now, going into our Glacier spectrum, I'm just going to pop this Savorite back in her little pot. Marvellous. Now, oh, look at all of this. Another box set. I've got 3 of these as well, just because I'm greedy like that. To show you the consistency of these. You get 45 carats. I mean, look at the size of them from there. I don't know why we've put 3 of these in a pot. I feel like that's excessive. And this is me. I'm greedy. And even I'm saying that. 3 stones in one. When they're this big, I'm kind of like, do you know what? I would have been really happy with 1, but this is even better. This is even better by all means. You're going to get this. You're going to get this powerhouse of sparkle, right? So 45 carats, obviously it is a set of 3, so that suggests 15 carats per stone. I love the fact that they are all also certified and guaranteed at the same measurement. So again, going back to, like, for those of you setting them into jewellery, they all have 20 mil in height, 15 mil in width, and then 15 carats in weight. So you're getting 3 identical stones, basically. And like I said, because I'm greedy, if I just go back out here on my camera, I've got 3 pots out for you just to show you the consistency across the quantity that we have in this auction. So if you are choosing to multi-bid, once again, if I zoom back in, zoom, there we go. You can see as they spin round, consistent across the board. And for this set, I know it seems wild at 40 quid already, but it's going to go even lower. Are you ready? Are you ready? We've just got so many spotlight steals. For this full set of 3, so £40, fabulous. What if I was to take them to £30? What if I was to take them to £30? So that's now £10 a stone. Breaking it down into 3 individual pieces that it is, £10 a stone. £10 for a 15 carat individual stone. You can't go wrong. I'm going to try and open one up. Oh, hello. Look at you sparkle. Look at the sparkle. Okay, I'm just going to get my big tweezers out on the go. So this is one of them on its own that you're, at the moment, for 30 quid for the set of 3, that's £10 for this piece. I'm just going to pop that down there a second. Can I zoom back in? Is this going to work? Marvellous. I'll refocus my camera and then zoom out just to give them a little bit more space. There we go. Can we show it up close? There we go. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So there's 2 of them out. And I'm not actually stopping at £30. You know how it is. If we can go low, we'll go lower. So now, taking them down again, we're under 20 quid for 3 of them. I'm going to bring the third one on now. Under £20 for a set of 3, each being 15 carats. We just squidge them together so we can really zoom in even more so. Of glorious sparkle. Now this is a gem collector's dream, isn't it? I love that word, Brent. I love that word. I haven't heard that word in ages. Can I say that one on air? Scallywag. I don't know. I probably shouldn't have said that because I don't actually know the original terminology of it. So apologies if I've just offended anyone. But it's one of those words that's kind of it's fun on the mouth as you say it. I don't know why. A bit like titivate. I love that word. I love that word. £19.99. Again, this is for your set of 3. So if I just pop back on then for you to see again on the exterior. In their pots. I need a bigger space, really, to get them all to spread out. There we go, there we go, there we go. So we've done it. Ta-da! £19.99. Now, Stephen in Kent's just joined us as well. Hello, sir. How the devil are we today? Lovely to have you with us. £19.99. What are we doing? 45 carats combined for under £20. This is why we come to Gemcollector, isn't it? This is why we have to make sure that we're in on these treats, on these deals, and massively making the most of being part of the Gemcollector community. But what if I was to go again? Now we're getting naughty. Now we're getting naughty, aren't we? $17.99 for this. And some of you already checked out anyway when it was at £40, then at £30. Now at $17.99 for the set of 3. Even more of you. I can see the numbers going down, 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 down. Great deal on those quartzes, our lovely Stephen. Thank you, sir, and well done for making the most of it. Satvir says, thank you for the show and happy anniversary to you and your Thomas. Enjoy your evening. Thank you so much, Satvir, and I'll see you again soon. My lovely lady, thank you so much. We have many collectors making the most of this. A huge congratulations for being in on the deal. You can, again, still keep checking these out until the hour comes to an end. I'm going to pick up the pace once again. We've got treasures to see. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay those down so you can see them from up above, just while I pop the others back in the pot for us. With. I don't know how they've been able to get a pot that blinking fit them all in, to be honest. Because they are, one of them on their own, Big cocktail ring, a lovely pendant to match. I mean, in the reality, the fact is you're getting 3 of them in one go, so you can do that very easily, can't you? Very, very easily. But that's there at number 2. And then the final star by cheekiness to come in is number 3 now. Now, this is Larimar. Have you ever been to the Caribbean? Have you been to the Caribbean? I haven't been to the Caribbean. I want to go one day. This is a stone that comes from the Caribbean, specifically the Dominican Republic. And it literally looks like the Caribbean. You know, like those Bonita Blue Turquoise earlier on? They are from this incredible location in Mexico, and they look like where they come from. They're found in a gold mine. They're found, you know, near to the coastline of the Mexican Gulf, where you've got this paradise water, and they have all of those kind of colours and qualities within them. This is then the paradise of the Caribbean. And yet this piece, I mean, these have exclusively only been found in this one location. But we're thinking of the Caribbean, thinking of the coastlines, thinking of the ocean. This is found in a volcano. Can you imagine being a miner, brave enough to go to the top of a volcano, firstly? They have to go on the back of quad bikes and on the back of, like, scramblers and quad bikes is the only way to get up there. And then when they're at the top of the volcano, they have to, with safety harnesses, they have to shimmy down these tiny little tunnels, which are the chimney breasts of a volcano. They have to literally harness and shimmy down into a crack in the side of a volcano. That's precarious work, isn't it? That's very, very hard and brave work. But they do it for their love and passion of the stone, and so that the world is able to own them, because it's the only place they've ever been found. And they're found, again, it is in the Caribbean. You've got the resemblance of that wonderful part of the world. But they're formed from the volcanic eruptions over millions of years. You can imagine they've brought to the surface not just liquid rock and the lava, but they've also then brought escaping gases of literally all sorts of minerals and elements that are so hot. Some elements, when they're that hot, they turn into gas form, don't they? They change form from solid. Some of them change into liquid, some of them change into gas instead. And so those particular elements that have turned into a gas form, as they've tried to escape through these cracks and crevices of the side of and the top of the volcano, some of them have literally got caught inside those curves of the rocks and the cracks. And then as they've caught there, the heat and the pressure and everything else has continued. So over millions of years, they've started to form together and to crystallise into these stunning, stunning materials of the Larimar. But solely, I mean, look at it, solely only found in the Caribbean in this location. They are very difficult to get your hands on. The pattern as well, I said it looked like the Caribbean. I mean, look, quite literally, quite specifically, you can see the rippling water, can't you? Even if we were looking at the surface of a swimming pool, you can see as the water ripples and the light catches and lusters itself across the surface. You can see those shifts in the different colour and the sparks of the white really coming out to play with this as well. This is an exclusive stone. I've had collectors over the years message me saying, I've been to the Caribbean, and to buy something like this on site, you can literally go to the bottom of the volcano where Larimar is found, and there's a museum and a gift shop where you can buy them, right? To buy something like this at the source itself will still cost you $300. Now, I totally get there's also the excitement of getting it, you know, at source. It's like when you go on holiday and you want to purchase a souvenir because it's come from that place, right? But if it's about collecting, if it's about value, if it's about appreciation of the beauty of this natural, miraculous form, $300, the holidays cost you a lot of money, do you know what I mean? You can own the stone, have all those memories and that knowledge, and then save yourself a fortune, because we're the only place that deal directly with the mine in the industry. And so we acquire their top-tier material in mass quantity, as we do, to get you the best prices and bring them to you for this. This is only possible here at Gemcollector. Otherwise, it literally would be a case of your other alternative is going to the Caribbean, going to the base of that volcano and paying $300 for the same stone yourself. And I totally get the excitement of doing that at source, but this is a saving not to be missed, isn't it, for something that's only found there. A stone of history as well. It was first actually discovered in 1916, but they weren't allowed to mine it. They couldn't get the mining rights back in 1916. It took until 1974 for the actual son of the original person that discovered it. His name was Miguel Loren. He discovered it, and his son, Miguel Jr., he'd passed all of his information on to him and so on, and you know, his son was very much aware that his father had discovered this extraordinary new material, but couldn't get the mining rights. His son actually ended up living, carrying on his legacy by securing the mining rights himself further into the future in the 70s, so that he could then bring it to the world, and thank goodness that he did. This is it, here at number 3, for your natural Larimar. Larimar. Very good luck to you again. Thank you to all of you for joining us. My lovely Stephen, I know you wanted to see number 8. Oh, it's another multi-buy goodie box. Okay, the white topaz goodie box as well. The white quartz and the white topaz, I mean, these are all going to be absolutely fantastic. Fantastic sparklers, aren't they, for anyone's collection? And for jewellers alike, everyone loves a sparkly white gemstone. Why do you think jewellers all over the world, if they're focusing on buying their stock, when a company or when a business is buying stock to sell, the whole idea is that they want to make sure that it's sellable. They want to get the best stock that they can so that they make, you know, so that they can sell to their customers, right? So if you're in the jewellery industry and you've got your own jewellery shop or your own gemstone shop, what do they mainly focus on? What does every jewellery shop always sell? White, sparkly stones. Always. Whether it's diamonds or even fake gemstones, a lot of jewellery shops will still sell cubic zirconias and all the fake stuff as well, so they can kind of adhere to everyone's budget. White, sparkly stones, through and through, always going to be really popular. And of course it is, it absolutely should be. But why go for fake stuff when you can go for the real stuff? This is real, genuine white topaz. All completely natural as well. They haven't been heat treated or irradiated, which is normal for a topaz, isn't it? But these have not been heated or irradiated. These are completely pure and icy white within their nature. Oh, and this is another one of those bargain deals as well. This is another really silly bargain deal. For the whole set, bearing in mind, it's 7 carats in weight, and it's a set of 10. So this is, I'm sure we can all agree on the benefits of this. This has been put together for you for massive opportunities with the matching pairs. So there is exactly what you can see right now on your screen. That's exactly what you're going to receive. You're going to receive 10 stones, which is the equivalent of 5 perfect pairs. 5 separate sizes that wonderfully taper. Do you know what? This is really strange. I've just remembered. I've always wanted. I don't know if you can see that. I've got my ears pierced like 50 million, not 50 million times. That would hurt. But I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a bit excessive. My friend's a piercer. I think I just let her use me as a pin bag. But anyway, I've always wanted like a cuff earring that just has white sparkly stones that tapers smaller up the ear. Can someone make it for me, please? Please, please. This could totally be a thing. Oh my goodness. And look at how savvy it is as well. In terms of a steal of a deal, I'm not even going to tease anymore with this because you can see. You can see what I'm doing. How good is that? How savvy is that? £19.99 for a set of 10. If we were looking at, if we're looking at all the stones being exactly equal in terms of their size, 10 stones, that's £2 a stone. But the reality is, in the industry, you wouldn't get these beautiful, the smallest ones in there, you wouldn't get those for £2 a stone. Let alone these absolute whoppers of sparkle that you've got here today. $19.99 for the lot. And all calibrated so that it is, again, for those of you that are creatives, those of you that are jewellers, super, super easy for you to be able to set them into whatever desires that you might well have. Now, just looking at our messages here, I know number 8 was on the screen as we speak for our lovely Stephen. Hello to Katie in Surrey. How are you doing? She says, hiya, just heard Saturday's message. Happy anniversary to you. And how is everyone doing? All doing wonderfully. Thank you, Katie. It's lovely to see you, my gorgeous. I hope you're well as well. I've been surprised with me dozen red roses. Look at this. Isn't that ridiculous? I've never been bought flowers quite so extravagant before. I feel like I don't know how to feel about the situation. I'm one of those girls that's like, I don't feel worthy of these things, but thanks. I like to gift to other people. I'm a people pleaser. I really get a lot of enjoyment from like making other people smile, and I don't normally then necessarily receive it. Just not. That's just like this is strange, but I like it. So yeah, I'm feeling a bit mushy today. For my lovely Thomas. Anyway, right. We've got Amanda also joining us. Says, good evening, Foxy and friends. I hope you're well. Thank you, gorgeous lady. I certainly am. You like to say titivate quite freely, but you didn't want to sneak in the word scallywag, says Brent. The Webster describes it to mean a rascal or a scamp, so it's not anything too naughty. Okay, thank you for confirming. So I can freely say that one as well then. For some reason, I think you have to put like a good old scallywag. You have to really put a bit of oomph to it, don't you? Really, when you're going to say that word. And I'm sure we could all have our moments. We could all have our moments with using the term or referring to it as ourselves. Right, number 8. I'm going to pop that away. We have number 11. Oh, Stephen, you've gone big. I like it. I like it a lot. Here we go. So, just one available. Well, that's understandable, to be fair, given the size. 13mm tall, 5.35 carats in weight. What a whopper. What a whopper. It's the only one in the world of your wonderful Nilamani. And this, Natural Glory. This is in the sale. I probably should have said that first. Sorry. It's a secret sale, obviously. I'm not really supposed to be doing these prices, but if my computer will let me, because the system and the algorithm and the technology have done it, then I'm just going to do it. Do you know what I mean? You can't like dangle a chocolate bar in front of my face and then say, but you're not allowed to eat it. Sorry? Do you know how much of a chocoholic I am? So obviously, I'm a savvy sausage too. If I can go lower, I'm going to go lower. And that's what I've done. Katie says, oh, you are worthy, and I'm so glad that Tom evidently thinks so too. Thank you, Katie. Leanne's also put beautiful flowers and happy anniversary. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm excited to see what on earth's going to happen when I go home, because I was told, come home there will just be things waiting for me. Food and drink, something, I don't know. I have no idea. I will reveal tomorrow what happens if it's something I'm allowed to tell you about. I will reveal. Now, we're going to go. Oh, my goodness, what a lovely selection of those. Actually, number 12, I've got to squeeze this in. It's another wonderful Nilamani. We've only got 9 minutes left before the hour disappears. 9 minutes. So, number 12... if you haven't got your Savorite Garnet yet, number 1, it's the highest grade we've ever had. Highest grade we've ever been able to bring to you, that Savorite Garnet at number 1. I would recommend that Savorite Garnet over any other. I know Savorite is the goal of, the rarest in the world, but I would recommend that one in terms of quality and grade over any other Savorite I've ever been able to bring to you. And I've been able to bring to you 1 carat stones. I've been able to bring to you 2 carats. I think there's a 12 carat museum piece. I would literally, and I know this might sound wild if you're new to, the fluctuations of all the grades and stuff, but that one at number 1, SI graded clarity, medium to medium dark tone. It's the highest grade I've ever had. I'd recommend that over any 10 carat Savorite any day of the week. Hands down. Highest grade we've ever had, and it's $29.99 just for the next 8 minutes. This piece here with the love of the Nilamani conversation, this gorgeous solitaire. I've actually got 2 in stock, would you believe? 2 matching stones of 10 by 8 mil, and whipping it down once again as quick as ever to your treat of a deal. Oh, okay, well, for that grade, that's naughty. I like it. I like it a lot. That's number 12. And then 13. Also coming in. Oh, my word. Look at this. Now, Beverly, I know you know about your Nilamanis, don't you, my darling? Size of it, obviously, is definitely there as an 8x6. But get a load of that for some quality. It sparkles as well. This is not a stone where sparkle would normally come into the conversation, but hey-ho, we've got it. Hey-ho, we have absolutely got it, haven't we? £29.99, and I have 3 in stock that can all coordinate with each other as well as an 8x6 mil. 3 chances in stock. Brent says, it does require placing yourself in character. I agree with the... where was the end of that message? Savvy, that was it. Savour it, Savvy. Exactly what character that may be is not for me to say, though there are a few that might come to mind. Donning an eye patch goes a long way towards achieving it. Ah, there we go then. Savvy. Right, number 13 is on the screen. Then we have, I did number 8, did number 11, fantastic. Number 5 for our lovely Amanda, coming up. Coming up for you, Gord, just moments left. 6 minutes left to check out here today in this wonderful hour. Number 5, ooh, this is a Santa Maria, isn't it? It has to be. Yeah, it is. Sorry, my computer was a bit delayed then. I grabbed the stone before I could see the term on there. So it is Santa Maria. I knew it straight away. It's because Santa Maria is a world-famous aquamarine colour. Very, very, very highly prized. It's the most expensive, but it's the simplest way of putting it. It's the most expensive aquamarine in the world of all time. It's long gone, long depleted, extinct from the mine. No such thing as any new pieces coming on the market. So they're reserved for either museums or very rich investors that will have to wait for them to appear at an auction house like Bonhams or Christie's. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. And so the fame and the reason why this is the most expensive and finest aquamarine on the planet is because it looks like this. So this is the exact same appearance, the same colour as that legend, otherwise something that none of us would ever be able to own. But this is a genuine topaz with the exact same appearance, so actually we can. This beautiful solitaire is an SI graded clarity as well. Oh, that's fantastic. So 3 carats, SI graded clarity in the overall brilliant of 10 by 8 mil. I've got 3 of them available in quantity, and I'm going to whip it down really quickly for you because, again, we are pushed for time with only approaching just 4 minutes now to check out before it's all gone. So there are 3 available for you before they are gone. And this, for some reason, that's come in a lot lower than they normally are. Yeah, way lower. For that carat weight and grade, they're normally a lot more than that, so that's quite savvy. Quite savvy indeed. Where was I? I found a pretty sparkly rock on the beach, says Leanne. Please can I send you a Facebook picture and see what you think? Of course you can. Send it on over. And you convinced me on the Savorite, she said. Yeah, you go, girl. Honestly, that Savorite, you will not regret. They are outstanding. They are absolutely outstanding. Right, with only moments left, we have number 5, of course, on screen. Got to bring you number 4. I'd kick myself if I went home and I didn't show you this. This is just like an obvious, yes, please. Please, sir. Please, sir. Can I have this stone? This is another one of those dream stones, right? Indicolite. It's a blue tourmaline. So rare is blue tourmaline that it gets its own name. Its own special net. Oh, and it's just... Oh, look at it, look at it, look at it. It's perfect. Blue tourmaline. Brazilian, natural, with the most glorious elongated form of 14.5 millimetres in height, 4 mil in width, and a 1.88 carat weight. Obviously, it is a one-of-a-kind piece. That goes without saying, doesn't it? Indicolite is the rarest colour of tourmaline in existence. It doesn't get rarer than blue when it comes to tourmaline. From the blues of indicolites or the blues of Paraiba tourmaline, they are the holy grail. These are stones that can hit millions of dollars in auction houses. This is a one-of-a-kind piece. Again, we are down to the crunch now. There's only 2 minutes left to check out before everything disappears. 2 minutes. And so that final 2 minutes could make it possible for you to be the sole owner of this piece. £99.99. 33.33 on a three-way split here at number 4 for your very own natural indicolite. Do you know what, Brent? That's a very good point. I will keep the sheets down. Thank you. Hope you and Tom enjoy the rest of your evening, and good night, everyone, says Katie. Thank you, my darling, for popping in today. It's been lovely to see your name on the screen, as always. That's been an absolute pleasure. Now, before we do disappear for the night, I want to bring on for you the outstanding Ceylon Blue Sapphire at number 16. We know that, of course, sapphires are in that top-level fame of desire, of collectability. They're literally the number one most invested in stone of colour in the world. Like people invest in gemstones, we know that. Sapphire is the number one most invested in over anything else. They're more invested in than diamonds and especially coloured diamonds, because there's not enough of them. Emeralds, rubies, sapphires every day of the week. And again, they come in lots of different colours, but what's the highest valued colour of sapphire? And what are the highest valued origins? It's blue sapphire, and it's either Ceylon or Kashmir. This is blue, and this is from Ceylon. So this is only one in the world that exists, and it is a very special way to end the show tonight. I will return tomorrow from 5 p.m. UK time. I wish you a lovely rest of your evening, and I look forward to seeing you again then. And I end with this final crash on this fantastic stone. $59.99, $29.99 on a two-way split pay to get the very one and only in the world into your collection. A Sri Lankan Ceylon, half a carat. And with colour, I mean, the SI graded clarity is one thing, but the colour is the royal blue once again as well, isn't it? And it's there for you, just for the next minute. Thank you, as always, for your company. Brent says congrats, congrats to all, and hope you have an enjoyable evening in... I do actually have a bed, guys. I have a bed. Last night was the first night I slept on a bed in like a week and a half to 2 weeks. It's been forever. I have a bed. It's so exciting. So I am going to go and sleep in the bed tonight. It's marvellous. It's kind of like, it is a bit big. I mean, you know, I like big things. The whole reason that we've started this renovation was because it started literally just with changing the bed. I know it kind of escalated. But Tom is so big. He's like 6'5", 6'6". He's big, you know, in width as well. And my bed, when he moved in, I realised, I was like, this is not, I can't sleep. Like, you roll over and I am woken up like it's an earthquake. And I get elbowed and I get punched in the face, like, not intentionally. You're just so big. So I said, we need to get a bigger bed, like 4 sizes up, basically. And Tom, being a carpenter, was like, we'll get a mattress that suits both of us, and I will build a bed to the size. So that started one thing, and I was like, well, if you're going to build a bed, you might as well redecorate, and then if we're going to redecorate, we might as well do this and do this, and then the next thing, we've renovated the whole of upstairs. So this bed is not only just a big bed, but it's really tall, and it's really grand. I feel like I'm on a throne. When I sit on the side of it, my feet dangle off the side. It's brilliant. Anyway, so I'm going to sleep in a bed again tonight. I'm very excited. And I will return again to you tomorrow from 5 p.m. onwards. So I hope you'll be able to join me for our Thursday showcase. Until then, though, lots of love to you all, and I'll see you soon.
The lake behind me used to be one of the largest ruby mines in the region, at its height producing up to 70,000 carats a year. That sounds a lot, right? But our local guide has just explained to me he was telling me the 70,000 carats because actually it's hardly anything. And when he explained why, I was blown away. Because of that 70,000 carats, just 5% were even good enough to cabochon grade. That means just 3,500 carats of the 70,000 carats could be made into cabochons. But more strikingly, he said it was only the top 0.5% that were worthy of faceting. So of a mine that is clearly so big geographically and producing 70,000 carats a year, just 350 carats would be worthy of setting into your jewellery.
Hello everyone, I am at the Holiodome, as you can see behind me here, and I've just been looking at some AAA tanzanite. Now, as we know, a AAA tanzanite is one of the highest grades of